Hello, hello, hello. So today's the last day I can play this. I thought I already did this. What the heck? There's another one? What the frick? Let's Bye. Okay. It's me. I don't like listening to the music for this. It's always so loud. Hey there, friend. Are you here to visit Natlan? Hi. Yep. I see. In that case, you must be looking for a reliable local guide. Then let me take you to the beautiful sights of Natlan. I love Mondstadt music. Group photo, no problem. Let me think of a good pose. Wow, you're pretty good at photography. Those big guys are called long-necked rhinos. Just like their name, they have super long necks. I've always wanted to try sliding down their necks. This would be so much fun. Next, I'll show you around the other tribes and introduce you to some of my friends. This way, stay close to me. These are the ores mined by the Children of Echoes. The colors are really beautiful. What do you think? They look pretty cool in the photo, right? Kachina, I brought a new friend. This is the Traveler. Hi, I'm Kachina. Nice to meet you. It's okay. Don't be nervous, Kachina. Maybe next time you can try waving from Turbo Twirly? Oh yeah, and this is for you. Aw, this puffer is so cute. Thank you, Molly and Lonnie. We're all good friends from now on. Let's play beach volleyball together next time. Well, be careful and watch your step. You can hold my hand if you're afraid of heights. We're here. This is the tribe living with Yumkasaurus. Ah, the air and scenery up here are so refreshing. Each tribe's scenery has its own unique charm. Hey, Knitch. I brought the surfboard you ordered. Is it Knitch? Knick? How do you say that name? It's guaranteed to be sturdy and durable, so it'll hold up even when you leap off a waterfall. The quality looks good. Is this your new client? It's a new friend of mine. We're just enjoying the scenery around Natlan. I remember that you also take commissions from the Adventurers Guild, right? I think you two will get along very well. We're almost there. Hang in there. We are here at the People of Springs, the tribe where I live. I hope you'll like the atmosphere here. Hey. Great. We've already taken the commemorative photos that we wanted to take. Is there anything else you'd like to try? If you want to try out the local delicacies, go souvenir shopping, try out water sports. I can help you arrange those plans. Fish up. You haven't decided yet. That's okay. Want to see my surfing tricks? Watch closely. Sharky surfboard serves up. Yay! And we're done. I want to give it a try. I'll pick out a suitable surfboard for you, so let's have fun together. Alright. Shoot. Close it. Alright, let's go back to the actual game. Close this window and bets. Wow. Ooh, that's the wrong one. Simalanka and oh, gotta check the quiz. Where is it? Where's that Simalanka thing? Hello? We're gonna find Klee again, just so she can technically be in the summer event. Oh, yep, the Monster Gang's over there. I see Jean, Kaya. Well, Klee's probably here. Is Albedo gonna be here? Can I see his mini brother?
Here's your 2 magic tonics.
Why, thank you, young lady. And might I add that you're looking quite lovely today. Jean, come on, take a seat and let's have a drink. I ordered one for you as well.
But is this really appropriate? I mean...
Oops.
Still worried about Klee? Relax. Albedo's with her. She'll be fine.
Yep, the gang's all back.
Kaya and Master Jean! What are you two doing here?
Oh, look who it is. The Traveler and Paimon. You must be the pleasant surprise that Miss Alice told us about.
Greetings to you both. This is one place I didn't expect to run into you two.
The locals here have been talking non-stop about some brave heroes who saved the world. Let me guess. You two have been up to your old tricks.
Well, not just us. We only played a small part. You could say we were 2 members of the Heroes Adventure Team.
Still sounds mighty impressive to me. As ever, our honorary knight is making us proud wherever they roam.
Did I hear you talking about Alice and Klee?
That's right. We received a letter of invitation from Miss Alice, proposing that we take Klee for a vacation in Fairyland when work dies down.
I wasn't sure what she meant by Fairyland at first, but if my eyes are not deceiving me, she was being quite literal.
Klee ran off excitedly as soon as we arrived. I'm a little worried about her, but Albedo insisted he would look after her while we do our own thing.
We could hardly say no to such a considerate offer. So I took it upon myself to bring Jean to the nearest tavern we could find.
Any excuse for a drink, huh?
Well, we are on vacation. It's only fair that we get to indulge ourselves a little.
You're right. I should make an effort to relax and unwind. It's what Miss Alice would want, after all.
Oh, wait, Kaya? What exactly did you order from the bar?
The house special, of course. Best way to get a taste of the local culture. Why are you making that face, Paimon?
Nothing. Paimon just perpetually amused by your lifestyle, that's all. Go on, drink up.
Something tells me I need to tread carefully here. Let's see. It's got a lovely color, but how about the taste?
I think maybe I'll pass. But it's such a shame to waste it.
All right, Paimon. Well played.
Well, Paimon got burned too, if it's any consolation. It's nothing personal.
Oh, by the way, we weren't the only ones who got invited here. I saw Kale earlier. She didn't see me, though. She was making a beeline for that big tree.
A kingdom of breezes and bells, you mean? Oh, this is turning into a huge reunion. Maybe we should go say hi to her.
All right. Well, give her my regards.
Wasn't here like last summer too? Will do. Enjoy your vacation.
Thank you. Enjoy your time here too.
So the magic tonic here is just writing ink? What a weird and wonderful world. Ah, Miss Citrus, do you happen to serve any beverages here that don't contain magic tonic?
Of course we do. What flavor would you like?
Sunsettia. Jean, you want in?
Sure, I'll have the same, please.
Sounds good. 2 Sunsettia drinks coming right up.
Damn, missed the teleport. While I'm here, I can grab this thing. Gives me like a Mori vibe with this music.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Laid bare.
A reward on the road.
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
You're all adults now. Go and complete the high trials of the high mountains. Improve your worth as flying squirrels. Way too tough.
Skyward!
Oh, I messed that one up. Okay, okay. It's been a while. Good work. Yay.
This? An answer from
I love it when she says that. It's always fun. In the Boreal 30 game mode, you will have marked up. No, just same old, same old. First of all, let's grab the thing.
Skyward! Scatter!
Strike a pose!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
So some of those you need to do a charge shot. Got it. Oh, I'm so far away now. What the heck? Why couldn't it do like a round trip?
Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward!
Now what?
Yeah! Skyward!
Got you? Oh, I got distracted. That was... Whoops.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Scatter!
I'll keep this close.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Strike a pose!
Overruled.
I'll keep this close.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward!
Huh. Wasting my time. Thank you.
Is this an answer from this world?
Fucking jump scare, what the heck? Oh my god, my game's frozen. Oh, hey Simon. Yeah, that was a jump scare. How's it going? Yeah, so every summer Clee's usually in these events and she wasn't at all, and then her mom invites her at the last minute. So I was like, oh, there it is. There's the Clee. It's going alright. I fell asleep earlier, and I was like, oh, I should probably play some Genshin. Because I know tomorrow and Sunday I'll be busy.
An impressive bounty.
But it's thanks to her we get like these summer outfits.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Going to the fair. Probably won't have like time to do anything. I'm hanging out with my friend as well, so I probably won't have time to do anything after.
Yeah! Scatter!
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh, I don't like taking pics, but yeah, sure. I don't think there's like anything interesting. We usually, so I don't know, American fairs is like, I mean, like there's stuff and stuff things, but usually it's, you just go there to like eat and stuff. There are like some prizes, like carnival games and stuff like that too. Yeah, I mean, like State Fair, there are technically lots of attractions. But most fairs in America, you just go there to eat because they have like crazy stuff. I think they have like a one of the foods they're giving is fried ranch, for example. Oh shoot, missed that one. I know one thing that's like pretty popular is like seeing animals getting born. There's like they have a little section for that. It's called the Miracle of Life. Yeah, they have a little like area where you can like see the animals being born and stuff like that. It's mostly like I think educational purposes or something. And they have like this our state fair at least has like rides and stuff, but I'm getting like old. I can't handle them. Get very lightheaded. They do have like some thrill ones where they like launch you in the air and stuff. I'm like, I can never do those ones. Too scary. Okay, I see how this works now. You ever go like on roller coasters or anything though? Just wondering.
A reward on the road.
Do they have like stuff like that there too? They have like something like a circus kind of thing where where people they like I remember there was this one lady who like eats like objects, like a long pipe. It's like not really eat, but like can have it go down and go all the way out. It's that's crazy. Huh. And it's like, oh, I used to like writing on those. Like now, it's like, oh, it's too hard. Ah! Jumped. Oh, forced cutscene jump scare. It's Kale.
The structure of the tree houses here is nothing short of amazing. I have to write it down so I can tell Master Tainari all about it later. Hey, Kale. You scared me. Traveler and Paimon, you got invited here too? Yep. Well, they sort of skipped the invitation part, but anyway, what you doing out here? Something caught your eye?
She was in the last summer event too. Just an FYI. She used to be very sick, and then we cured her disease.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to observe and summarize the structures of the trees here, and also the animals that live here. Well, the residents, I guess? I still can't get over the fact that they're all someone's origami handiwork. Once a forest ranger, always a forest ranger, huh? Not sure you'll be able to apply much of what you learn here back home, though. With this being a magical world and everything. What? Over there, by the giant footprint. Have those houses always been there? Oh, those? The local flying squirrels told me that they were built by a small dragon and some guy wearing a hat. Oh, that must have been Minnie Durin and Hat Guy. Any idea where they went? Supposedly, after building the houses, they went to somewhere called, Constellation Metropole? Did I say that right? Yep, you got it. Oh, also, when the locals mentioned the dragon, did they seem at all, did they say how they felt about him at all? Now that you mention it, the atmosphere changed a little when they talked about him. Oh no. They mentioned some stuff along the lines of past misunderstandings and welcoming new members. I only just got here, so I know very little about what has happened in the past. They seemed generally grateful for the houses, though, and said they were going to plan a welcome party. Oh, thank goodness. Whew. Sounds like the forest has begun to accept him. It's a step in the right direction. Are you looking for that small dragon? Yeah, he's a new friend we made after we arrived here. No way! Really? I'm getting more and more interested in your story. No. I've got to save it for next time. For now, I've got to make the most out of my time in this wonderful world.
Yeah, there's like 3 days left.
Oh, there's no rush. Just take it slow and enjoy yourself. Like Kaya. Oh, he sends his regards, by the way. Oh, Mr. Kaya is here too? Then I've got to go say hi to him. Well, right now he's at the tavern and he probably won't be leaving until he's drunk. Not that he'll ever reach that point because his alcohol tolerance is so high. Basically, it's Kaya. You know where to find him. You make a good point, Paimon. Then I'll focus on exploring for now, and go catch up with him later. Shall we go pay a visit to the Metropole Traveler? Maybe Minnie, Durin, and Hatkai are still there. Oh, right. By the way, something pretty interesting has been happening in Sumeru recently. Master Tainari has been working really hard on it, so if you have time, definitely go and check it out.
Huh? What? I'm supposed to go to Sumeru now? What the fuck?
We've got some time in our schedule.
Take it easy, Kale. Enjoy your field trip.
Of course. See you later.
Challenge failed, epic.
The origami squirrels rely on wind currents to lift their agile bodies and easily move between the trees. And this has created a truly unique ecosystem. Oh no. I'm running out of pages on my notebook.
Oh, the event was really good. Like the ending of it, I was like, whew, mind blowing. As in, like, so It was a hat guy, my little meow meow, who like was like, oh, we're the same, you and I, kind of, you know, that kind of thing. What the fucking? Because like they had like the same back kind of like backstory type of deal, and what was it? They both wanted like the same resolutions on making things right or whatever. They're like, oh, I gotta erase myself from history, blah blah. I gotta kill myself, blah blah blah, to make everything right. It was like, oh yeah, of course he understands the dragon. Yeah. Yeah, and then it was revealed that the dragon is supposed to be a new life for Durin, which was a dragon that was slain in the ice area. I think that's like the worst, one of like the worst areas in the game.
A reward on the road.
And which means he's Albedo's brother. That was the biggest lore. Don't. I was like, what? So I want to see Albedo and the dragon talk to each other. Very interested. Didn't I already do this one? I think I did. What? But yeah, because Hack Guy and Durin are like so similar, he reluctantly helps him out because he wants like, it's like, oh, it's Mona. She's been there since she was in the first event.
What? Are my eyes deceiving me?
Oh, no, not the first event. She was in the second event with Fischl.
There is no way. I can't believe it.
Hey, Mona! We heard you muttering from a long way away. What's up?
Oh, this might be Mona's master.
Oh, is your scry glass acting up again?
Oh, it's you, the saviors of this world. My scry glass is fine. I'm not sure I can say the same about my eyes. Look at this statue.
What? Is it broken or something? Looks fine to Paimon. That's your master, right? AKA the goddess of prophecy?
I refuse to believe it. There's no way that old hag looks anything like this.
Maybe when she did when she was younger.
When she was younger. Oh, actually, now that you mention it, this does remind me of the fashionista phase she wrote about in her diary. She can't hear me, can she? I swear I just got chills down my spine.
She heard her talking shit.
Either way, it's probably a little rude to talk about her right under her statue. But how do you know it's a statue of her if you never saw her as a young woman?
I did a quick scry when I came into this world, and when I saw the stars' reflections, I was at a loss for words. It looks like fate in Simulanka is based directly on Tevat, a projection of real-world fate to form an image of reality. Or in layman's terms, basically, the creator made this world inside a mirror or a lake, and this world is the reflection.
Still sounds pretty impressive.
The more I scried, the more familiar everything looked. It's her work, there's no doubt about it. Even so, everything's far more complex than I'd imagined. Trying to decipher it all is giving me quite a headache. I also asked the locals about her. They call her she who has dominion over the stars and the course of fate itself. Not even a pretense of humility. Clearly, she let the role of creator goddess skip to her head. Not that I'm surprised in the least, of course. It certainly matches the tone of her diary. Anyway, we should change the topic.
Oh, so Mona, have you seen a small dragon around by any chance? He's about the same size as Paimon, but with tiny little wings.
Ah, you mean the one that caused all that trouble? I haven't seen him for myself, but I heard that he came to the Metropole not long ago to formally apologize for his actions. Apparently, he brought a huge stash of Toitanium and plant oil to make amends. Most people accepted his apology, although there are some who said that they'll reserve judgment until they've seen how he acts in the future.
Oh, okay. Do you know where we can find him?
One moment.
I like how there's astrology in Genshin, but like it actually works.
Ah, it looks like he's at the Broken Sea. There's a big group of people with him, too.
Cool. Wanna come with us? We can introduce you.
I think I'll sit this one out. This might be the closest I ever get to meeting the old hag in her youth, so I think I'll spend some time seeing what else I can glean from her grand design. You guys have fun.
Be careful, Mona.
What do you mean, be careful? Now you're making me nervous.
We'll be off now. See you later, Mona.
Creating a whole world starscape is no easy task. Old hag, I guess you do deserve the title of Trismegistus after all.
Alright, which Mona you like better? What the hell is this? Huh? What does this up mean? Where is she? Where's my Mona? What the heck? Alright, there it is. Alright, which Mona you like more? You like this outfit or this one? Who are you planning on for that 5-star selector? I'm thinking of getting another Dihya. Alright. I like the first one. I like the tights. That's just me though. They're both still like very good. It's insane.
Waldo, Krasnavines, does thou see what I am seeing? Tell me that my all-perceiving Augt over Ertelung deceiveth me not.
Oh my god, I got official back too. She was from the second event.
Your eyes see true, maid Fräulein.
Very well. Then, as sovereign ruler of the Immenachreich, I extend to you both my greetings, O Night Dragon from the land of the Thousand Stars, and his hat-wearing servant.
Who did you just call a servant?
What maid Fräulein means to say is, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. But Hat Guy's not my servant. He's my friend.
Now you're over-explaining.
I like that he's very tsundere.
Hat Guy, Mini Durin! Found you at last. Whoa, officials with you too?
It's from all the trauma he's been dealt with.
Oh, greetings, Outlander, blessed by the Immenachreich. How honored you are to meet your princessin beneath the stars of another sky.
Clearly a decision made by fate itself.
I echo your sentiments, Your Highness.
Miss Honorary Knight, Paimon!
Greetings. You both look well.
Oh,
Hey there, Klee! Have you been having fun here?
it's such a good name, Little Meow Meow.
Yup! Loads and loads of fun! There are so many cute animals! And a magic train that was really long! And a huge, huge castle! And a king lives there and everything!
I've been taking Glee to see all the sights. It's been a very enriching experience. Alice's magic is truly outstanding.
Yeah, Mom's amazing! Klee wants to build a great big house now, too!
Alright, if I didn't call him Little Meow Meow, what was I supposed to call him?
So,
Hat guy?
your mom and my mom were friends?
Mm-hmm. Our moms were friends, which makes you my big brother. My mom used to read your mom's stories to me all the time. They were great.
Big brother?
You're part of the family now. It's so funny that this dragon and Albedo are actually related, though, like by blood.
Wow. Thank you, Klee. Can I go play with Klee, Hat Guy?
Suit yourself.
Albedo, can I?
Go on. Just don't go too far away. I'll come pick you up later.
Yay! Come on, Mini Durin. Do you want to come play with us too, Fischl?
Your princessin accepts your invitation. Rejoice! Though you may be concealed by fog, still you shall have the good fortune to witness the true might of the Aug de Vertelang.
I think you can call him like almost any name, but I forgot. There are like some funny ones though that he will respond to.
What Mein Fräulein means to say is, perhaps we can all play hide and seek together. Mein Fräulein is it.
And I think there's some names he won't accept for lore reasons.
Hooray! I love hide and seek.
Oh, me too.
To return to our previous discussion, Mr. Hat Guy, you were telling me about a prophecy?
I heard B talking to M. What she said was,
Since you're so persistent, let me tell you a secret.
If I remember correctly, actually Albedo's mom was like one of the evils or whatever, or not evil, but like they did something so like wrong, it will destroy the world. And when Albedo first shows up, he's like, I need you to stop me if I ever destroy the world. And we never got more past that though, about him destroying the world.
Our child will one day rise from the dead.
Oh, that's ours Rhine-daughter. That's Albedo's and Durin's mom. Durin rose from the dead.
Is she saying that Dragon Spine Durin will come back to life?
I'm shocked.
I only heard it in a memory, so don't hold me to it.
Understood. My recent observations at Dragonspine lend credence to this prophecy as well.
Oh, his brother's actually gonna come back. Wow.
Durin's heart has slowly but surely been growing in vitality. The process is extremely slow, but the trend is clear.
If I remember correctly, I think his heart is why you're able to like not die in Dragonspine. It's these like little red gems, and you break it, and it'll flow around you and keep you warm.
What should we do?
To start with, plan for every potential scenario, including, of course, the worst case scenario. I am well aware of Durin's past, and I sincerely hope that things never escalate to that point. Still, we need to be prepared for every possibility. If the prophecy is true, and Durin's heart will one day beat again, I'd like to hope that whatever rises from the dead is no evil dragon, if you understand what I mean.
Kind of? But not really.
And so, when the time comes, Mr. Hat Guy, will you and Similanka's Durin be willing to lend us a hand in our hour of need?
Huh? What's this got to do with me?
You saved the Durin of this world. I don't see that as a mere coincidence. If there is any meaning to be read into the actions of the three goddesses, beyond fairy tale whimsy alone, I can only boldly speculate that the fate of this reflected world may have a reciprocal effect upon our own world. If Durin of Dragonspine will soon come back to life, we will need many Durin's help, as well as yours, given that your fates are now intertwined.
Well, that's a nuisance.
To be sure, it certainly won't be easy.
Albedo! Albedo! There's a flying paper ship over there! Can we go see it together, please?
Sure. 2 seconds, I'll be right with you. Please give my suggestion some thought, Mr. Hat Guy.
Hat Guy, I'm back! Huh? What were you guys talking about?
Nothing.
Huh. Okay then. Let's go join the others. Everyone's going to check out the new origami ship.
All right. I'll be right there.
Little meow meow. Are you worried about Durin?
Why would I be? Do I strike you as someone who cares about other people's issues?
Very much, yes. Now that he saves Similanka's Durin, maybe you'll be sympathetic to the Durin of our world.
Quit trying to guess what I'm thinking. I'm leaving.
Him caring so much is why he's like this. Albedo's right. He needs time to think about it for himself.
Aww, what a lovely little boat.
I don't know if you remember his lore, but Hot Guy, first he was created by Ball, and then abandoned by him because she was like, oh, you should live your own life. But like, she just threw him out without saying anything. And then like, he ended up living with, I don't know if this was a second or third, but I think this was second. He ended up living with a kid who was like, who had a life-threatening illness. And they made a promise to like never leave each other, but then the kid died, and he's like, "Oh, you broke your promise," and depressed. And then like the third incident was with Kazua's like great blah blah blah, and what happened was like Doter, the guy that Yelan stole this guy's coat and wears it now. Did like a trick where like he made Hat Guy go into like this poisonous area, and the only reason Hat Guy survived was because he had Kazuo's like great uncle's heart inside of him. But then what Daughter said was like, oh no, this is some like a sacrifice to make you curse, blah blah blah, and totally lied about how it worked. And that was like the third strike, and then like Hat Guy just like lost it.
The forest fairy helped us make it.
I just realized there's a lot fewer people around the Broken Sea now. Guess most of them have made their way back to the Metropole. Does this boat have a name? I can't see one anywhere.
Yeah, he is like such a sad backstory. And then after he beat his ass, he tries to like just like erase himself, and that's why he has this outfit now. And then it worked for a while until you reminded him about like what happened. He actually changed the timeline, and he became like a really good person living a humble, peaceful life. And then you're like, bro, you're a war criminal. And then all the memories came back to him. He's like, fuck. and then he just lives with Naida now.
Huh? A name?
Every boat has a name. At least, all the ones I've seen before.
They're usually symbolic names that represent something aspirational.
Let's go with the Durin.
Huh? You want to name it after me?
Oh, you mean to wish Mini Durin a safe voyage as he sails into a new chapter of his life beyond this world?
Your princessin approves. Let this vessel bear the name of the most esteemed dragon of the night. The Turin. Let's call it that then. Thank you, Hat Guy. Also, can I ask you a favor?
Go on.
Remember how Mom's friend said I should be able to leave this world? Well, I want to pay a visit to your world. Just a quick trip, can we?
Huh?
Is that a no?
I don't think that's a great idea. If the people of Simulanka are allowed to go to Teyvat, then what's the problem with taking Mini Durin there for a visit?
I'm assuming I'll have to be your bodyguard while we're there.
I can protect myself. And I'll do what you say. I won't fly off on my own, I promise. Please, can I go?
It's insane how Naida is like such a good like mom for him. The first, I think, like, yeah, first thing she did was like send him to school though. It's like, oh, you're getting an education.
It'll be up to you to stick close. If you disappear on me, don't expect me to come looking.
Got it! I'll stick close.
Why don't you take the Durin? Now you've given it a name, it'll be a maiden voyage for the boat and a brand new journey for you.
Are you leaving, Mini Durin? Okay. Well, make sure you come visit me in Mondstadt so we can play together again. Klee will draw you a map to show you the way.
Yeah, and then he's like one of the best students at the school though. For it's like the schools where people are stuck there for 50 years because they haven't made like any progress on their research.
Though our time together has been as fleeting as a ray of light in the depths of the long night, the Immonokreich will welcome you with the grandest of music ceremonies on the occasion of our next reunion. As surely as the stars in the sky watch over us, we shall meet again.
Lisa's a graduate from there too, actually.
What Mein Fräulein means is that you're always welcome to visit her at home as well.
They try to get her to come back, and she's like, "Nah, I'm dying. I don't want to do any more school. I'm just gonna relax."
Cool. Ah, I have so many new friends now. I'm so happy.
Are you done yet? If you want to leave, then get over here.
Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. The blessings you gave me are more precious than any treasure and more beautiful than any fairy tale. Next time, it will be my turn to make your wishes come true.
Oh, I have to go to Sumeru now. Wow, that's cool. Now, speaking of Lisa, her constellation reflects it. It's an hourglass because she doesn't have much left to live. And there's so much like stupid lore in this game. It's like, you know, like how Dark Soul has like lore in the items and stuff. Genshin does the same bullshit, and it's like, damn, I don't have time to read all this. Just tell me. No, the figure came after. I thought that was a gameplay. Alright, didn't Kale say Sumeru City has been pretty lively lately? Aren't you even a little curious? Sounds fun to me. Right? Paimon agrees. go see what's going on. For our first stop, maybe start with the academia. That's where all the info is, after all. I think, like, it's interesting. Laura, I like seeing people make, like, characters and stuff, like, you know what I mean, like, about it. Like, for example, how do I read this? Anyway, like, there's, like, this little thing on there's like, a timepiece worn by the witch who dreamt of burning away all the demons in the world. The years the witch dedicated to the flames flow in. That's supposed to be Senora. She's dead now, though. They have stuff like that in there, and it's like, oh, wow, I gotta fucking read all this? No way. Oh my god, it's the grandma. Look, there's Farzan over there. Do you think we should ask? It was just her birthday the other day. Even just glancing at the borrowing records gives me flashbacks to how awful that book was. How irritating. Farzan, what are you doing talking to yourself over here? I am Madame Farzan, after all. It's not out of place for me to mull things over out loud, wouldn't you say? But in this case, never mind, forget about it. Why did two of you suddenly stop to drop by? Well, about that, we heard something about a party and didn't want to miss out. Kali told us that Smir's the place to be now. Apparently, tons of interesting things are happening, so we thought we'd ask around. Any idea what she was talking about? Interesting things. What might Kali find interesting? Tignati's tail getting so fluffed up like a ball of tumbleweed, or Sino climbing a tree and getting his hood caught up on a branch. Oh, we really miss all that. Seriously, and nobody thought to tell me. Still, she said there was something big everyone's been talking about. Can you think of anything slightly more significant? More significant. Is something the matter, madam? Now that you mention it, let's be what I think it is. Recently, rumors have been going around about a certain book. That's a classic horror story opening. It's not some kind of forbidden tome or anything like that, is it? Forbidden tome? As far as I'm concerned, it might as well be. Tell me, have you ever read one of those really, really, really badly written detective novels? I fortunately did. Tell me exactly how bad it was. Oh, leave this to my mom. For example, the type where you start off thinking is a locked murder mystery, but it actually turns out that the whole building was just moved. That's right. Or it's supposed to be based on pure reasoning and logical deduction, but at the end it turns out that the culprit has some kind of superpower. Didn't you send me like a manga about this? Where like they're trying to like figure out who, like it was like a time loop manga, and they're trying to figure out who like killed somebody, blah blah blah. I feel like you sent me something like that, and it was just some bullshit at the end. Exactly. Or it starts as super serious, but in the second half it just reveals that everyone lost their memories out of the blue. Or it's set in a mountain village in the middle of a snowstorm, and the police officer who's been portrayed as a serious figure throughout the whole story turns out to be the murderer, without even the slightest hint of foreshadowing. You offended half of crime novels and the value keeps going. I do too. I love time bullshit, and then I love getting mad about it afterwards. My apologies. I let myself get a bit carried away there for a moment. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I did borrow a book like that a few days past. So you borrowed a badly written book, but that happens to be the best of us. That's the problem. Blizzard swept mountains, villages, superpowers, police officers who turned out to be criminals. This book had it all and more. Reading it was tantamount to torture, and despite how complicated it wasn't engaging in the slightest. But there have been all sorts of rumors circulating about this book because of the strange marks drawn over all the pages. People are saying that it must be concealing secrets. Do you think there's treasure involved? I'm not sure, but there must be many who believe so. Not only have more and more people been borrowing it, but there have been specifically asking for the marked up copy. Have you borrowed it too? Yes, I have. As you all know, I am a scholar, so it's only natural to have a bit of curiosity. So, just what secrets does the book at the center of the rumors actually hold? I read through carefully from start to finish. Most of the marks are circles, but the beginning and end points of each stroke differ as does the color of the ink used. Most importantly, all the names of people in the book have been circled. Not only that, many of them are adapted from famous figures in Samira's history. Some speculate that these marks must have been left by different scholars over the eras, each researching the book's secrets, each searching for a name they believed in. Others believe that they are kind of a notation made by different people belonging to the same organization, and that the names circle are their code names. Still, others think that it is some kind of encryption cipher. Even after finishing it, I came no closer to uncovering the mystery. Not only was reading it a complete waste of my time, but sheer absurdity of the shoddy excuse for plot several times over. I was so angry that I returned the book immediately, and when I came to the house of Dana today, I found a lot of people skulking around. I suppose they're all still looking for that thing. No wonder he's zoned out like that. Paimon's guessing he won't be borrowing any more detective novels anytime soon. Indeed. Paimon, Traveler, surely the two of you must understand how I feel. Don't worry, madam. I feel your frustration. What's the book called? We'll borrow it and take a look ourselves. It's called Reasoning Knows Not Time of Day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. You sure it's a detective novel? Sounds more like a title of a light novel. Oh my gosh, he read an Inuzuman light novel. Tell me about it. Anyway, read it at your own risk. It truly is unbearably boring. You want to know what kind of books I like? The spectrum is just so broad, I don't know where to start. She's like over 100 years old. She recently came out of a dungeon after that she was like stuck in for like 100 years, so that's why she hasn't like aged. However, she's very popular. Everyone wants to be in her class, so she's always booked.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
There's so many books with long titles here. Let Paimon have a look. Working hard and vacationing harder. What the heck? An Atlas of Rare Rainforest Dwelling Species Professional Edition. The Art of the Construction of Coffee Machines. Who exactly reads these? Secrets of the Elemental Sciences. The book jacket even says expert approved. The former sage Cyrus praises this as an excellent entry-level book. In this one, a compilation and summary of common basic grammar rules for rare languages of ancient desert peoples. Oh, Paimon's dizzy. It's just so many words. Come on, Paimon. You can learn 20 different... Huh? Is that Layla over there? Okay, which Layla is it though? Is it like the sleepy Layla or is it like the extrovert Layla? Let's just ask her. She may know something. She and a hat guy are sort of friends. Traveler, Paimon, it's been so long. I'm still a bit tired. I was a sleepy Layla. Didn't sleep well last night? I was reading a novel, so I stayed up late. It wasn't that detective novel that everyone's been talking about, was it? The one with the super long name? No. If you're talking about Reasoning Knows Not Time of Day, but suspense always follows, Blizzard. Alright, yes. No, it wasn't that one. Madame Farzan said it was really dull, so I didn't borrow it. Oh, so you're not that interested in the book's secrets? I haven't even been able to keep up with my own work, even though I'm up late all the time these days. But way more people have been interested in the book than I ever imagined. 7 or 8 in a single morning. I feel like a living signboard sitting here like this. Kaveh asked me the same question, so he must be looking for it too. He was even hiding behind a ladder before looking for something. He looked really embarrassed. Searching for something? Hiding behind a ladder? He must be after Mora. That's gotta be it. So he can hurry up and pay off his debt too. Wait, no. Let's just pretend Paimon didn't say anything. Layla, you're really sleepy, right? You must be dreamed this conversation. I didn't really get it anyway, but if you say so, it's a dream. Thank you. We'll keep on looking. Okay, see you next time. Oh, she fell asleep. It's not often Layla falls asleep so quickly. Good for her. Paimon thinks we should go ask Kaveh if he's searching for the book. He must know something, but where is he now? Good question. We can try hanging around where he might show up. There's a good chance he's there right now, right? I can't believe after the event finishes, they send you on a fetch quest. That's crazy. Let's see. Oh, fuck. I hate this Jinkichi guy. He always, like, messes up my fucking thing.
Yeah, skyward, scatter.
Do you ever think we see them like a pair of thieves? We seem like a pair of thieves? Hiding here to ambush Kave. It almost feels like we're here to extort him or something. I'm just not sure why that is, though. We just want to ask him a couple of questions, that's all. Don't make it sound like we're the baddies. That sounds like footsteps. Quick, let's take a look. Stop right there, Huh? Ahitham, what are you doing here? Good question. Surprising indeed. I was under the impression that you knew I lived here. Good morning. Good morning. What can I do for you? Nothing. Never mind. Oh, goodbye then. He just left. Does he have work to do or something? Footsteps again. They're heading towards the door. Stop right there, Kave. What are you two doing here? Good question. Surprising indeed. Paimon was under the impression that the only reason we'd be here was if we were looking for you. Paimon, you don't sound like yourself. Like for a certain book, by any chance? Wait, what? Here's the deal. You and Paimon pulled Kave to one side and hushed tones about the rumors that Farzan was talking about. How is it you guys know everything? And there I was, thinking I'd be super discreet the whole time. No one should have noticed. Come on, get real. You really think that no one knows you live here? Hey, that's not fair. Of course nobody knows, except for Sino, Tignare, Kale, and the two of you, right? Friends are friends, so if they know, well, they know. But what if a stranger overheard us? It would be a disaster. It might even impact my career. Anyway, about that book. You believe it contains intel about hidden treasure, don't you? Like looking to get rich quick, are we? Yeah. Are you offering to help find it? Shucks, why didn't you say so earlier? So there really is treasure. How about this? We help you find it, then split the loot 50-50. It's a deal. Traveler, after all we've been through, it's finally our turn to get rich. No need to keep yapping. Hidden treasure? The Paimon probe's homing on ya. Only Paimon. I remember... Oh, what the fuck? What do you mean Day is busy? I remember when Kave first came out, people were using him to like BM people and like break their worlds because like he would like delete objects in their game and you couldn't bring it back.
We're back, my lady. Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then. Well, how did it go? What did you come up with?
Actually, we're still investigating. It's just that we've discovered something strange.
I see. The clues you found have led you back here, in the city?
Something like that. Yeah.
You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been very encouraging after all. Why don't you discuss it with me? Maybe I'll be able to say something to cheer you up?
It's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being upset with my father or anything like that. How should I put this?
So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been uncharacteristically quiet. On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, "Dunyarzad, we're back!" So tell me, what happened?
Well?
My lady, please prepare yourself for what we're going to tell you next. It concerns the Master.
The Master? You mean my father? Okay, I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll listen as attentively as I can.
Dia manages to explain the results of the investigation to Dunyazard.
My father has been supplying goods to Dagan al-Akmar?
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time rationalizing how he could ever support an infamous brigade like them. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story, and just stumbled into the deal by accident.
That feels unlikely, though.
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same way, Dunyarzad?
Thank you for sharing all this information with me. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubts that I've been harboring for quite a while. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia?
About that. Well, the Homiyanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of Mora, so I just signed on.
Well, but that didn't really answer my question. Just think about it. Why did my father specifically reach out to the Blazing Beasts?
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone recommended us. I've never given it too much thought. I think I get what you're saying. You think none of this was a coincidence?
Everyone's hot in this game, bro. Dying over here.
Precisely. At first glance, nothing seems strange or out of place. But there are many parts of the story that don't actually make any sense. If my father had always been in contact with Dakan al-Akmar, then it would make sense for him to bring Dia into our house.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your bodyguard?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with my father a long time ago. He has no control over my life anymore.
Have you noticed she has like cat ears and like human ears? She's got 4 ears.
That still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to influence your life without you knowing.
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of this?
That's what things are looking like at this point.
Sorry we put all this on you so suddenly, Junior Zod.
No, she's a cat.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries, then it's my duty to bring him back to reason.
But is that really the right thing to do? My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. You may call me an ungrateful child, but my feelings will remain the same. However, the Homiyani family has treated me with nothing but generosity and kindness. If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homiyani family. I would be biting the hand that's fed me over all these years.
Dia.
It's our idea. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that I'm the one who instructed you to get to the bottom of this.
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking responsibility. Besides, you're the one we should all be worried about right now.
Hey! It's still too early to give up hope! What was that thing about friendship again?
True friendship is built on trust.
Right, yeah, trust! You said that yourself, Dia. Besides, there's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts.
If your trust hasn't been in place, then he probably has many conflicting feelings as well.
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I should always remember the trust that I've placed in people. In which case, my lady, could you ask the Master to come out and have a chat with us?
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a logical explanation. Let's meet at the usual place then.
Usual place? Oh, right!
Double check. Let's see. Where's the other animal people? Oh my god.
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two. This is the Traveler, and next to her is her travel companion, Paimon.
Ah, yes. My daughter has mentioned them from time to time. It's a privilege to finally meet them in person. But we may skip all the pleasantries for now. What is the important matter you wish to discuss with me today?
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to your attention. There's something on this record that we're all pretty curious about.
Dia explains the issue to Shazamon and bids her doubts to him.
So, that's what you found. Seems like I can't keep everything from you much longer.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult story. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What I do know, though, Dia, is that the truth will bring you no solace. If anything, it will likely cause you a great amount of anguish.
Wait, me?
Yes, I understand perfectly why you came to see me. And I am touched by your collective commitment to do the right thing. Knowledge always comes at a price. And sometimes, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Your father, Kusela, and I both believe that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn the truth, but I must warn you, the facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built for yourself into sand, blowing in the wind. If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like a fleeting mirage.
His heartfelt efforts? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I follow. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father's support. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish and fight for. None of these things have anything to do with him. I came here today to support you as the head of the Homiyani family. No warning will change my stance on that.
I understand. Then let me tell you a little story. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyazad was just a baby. Along the way, we were attacked by bandits. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed lost, a group of passerby Eremites lent us their support. Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade, Dekhan al-Ahmar. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Why would Dekhan al-Ahmar go so far to save us and not spare the fellow Eremites? Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyazad. She was startled by his unfamiliar face and nearly started crying.
Really? I never knew.
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. He just took pity on us because he had a daughter about the same age. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time, and offered everyone generous remuneration.
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize him the next time he came knocking on my door. The man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to a shell of himself. He couldn't even walk anymore without his cane.
So, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine when I left the brigade.
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his cheery disposition. He said there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that he had gotten into a fight. That was all. He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a bodyguard of her own. At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for her to have a bodyguard when she could barely leave the house. But he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts to be safe. How do you know a bodyguard won't come in handy one day? I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts, and in particular, a mercenary named Dia.
So he was the one who recommended Dia to you.
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious world of mercenary life. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be able to leave her previous life behind.
And that's why you offered her such generous compensation?
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor, I also began to see Dia as my own daughter. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spend however much it took. Kusela saved my daughter and me all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter to me.
He was always like that. Acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. I refused to take any more from him, but he'd always sent me funds anyway. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while until I received another letter from him a few years ago. The letter contained a request to help him buy food, weapons, medicine, and even explosive materials.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that Dekhan al-Akbar started becoming more aggressive?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became wary. I wanted to meet him face to face to discuss things, but by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want to put Dia at risk.
But by that same token, he should have stopped asking you for materials.
That thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me for help because he had nobody else to turn to. After some deliberation, I decided to send him some food and medicine. I turned down all his requests for explosives and weaponry. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but I could not simply reject his plea for help. In the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors and just chose a solution that made me feel least guilty about myself.
If you can, please tell me where he is now. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in his world. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this world in the first place.
Oh no. Dia, please don't feel that way.
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions.
Maybe there's another way of looking at this. Can you try believing him just one more time?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think I can do it. But I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet. We still need to figure out his exact actions and reasoning for these last few years.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between you and him alone. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my best to avoid getting involved any further with him. However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of the Corps of 30. He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dakan al-Ahmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now, unless...
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed and haven't finished processing everything quite yet. My father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle this problem. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Corps of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes. I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face my mistakes.
Oh my god. I have to actually finish Daya's friggin' quest chain. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, hello.
Huh? Who are you guys?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the Corps? Pretty bold, if you ask me.
Shh. Keep your voice down. How do you know all that? Come with me. We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over once we're somewhere private.
I have to do Daya's quest just to do the Sumeru side quest from after the event.
Alright. Back to my question. How did you all know about me?
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of punishment you'll face once we report you to the Corps, I assume.
Wait. There's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this out. What are your terms?
So what's in it for you anyway, Mora?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time, and Kusela took good care of me in the past. I weighed it in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick aura.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Dakan al-Ahmar, and we're gonna put an end to their operations. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of more from my last run. Just give me a number. I'm sure we can...
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right. Sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words for me later. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery to the desert. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about any nice words from us.
Hey, come on. Now you're just being unreasonable.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one with no bargaining chips.
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore, I'll try to figure out something else for you all.
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the city.
Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
I just want to see what happened at the event. I added these the story quest, the character quest later.
As per our contract.
There's still a...
I know, I can't believe they're really making me play. Oh yeah, I think you might be right, there are hair vents.
Seems like we're in luck. That should be their camp right up ahead. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves. I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
Damn. Why are you here?
Dia can't die. That's her gimmick. If only I knew how that works though. I'm so close to having the burst ready.
Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Oh my god, what is it? There you go.
Let's get it on.
No, she's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need to bash your skull in some more?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. I guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakano Akma and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
So that's why they turned on each other. It was all motivated by revenge.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record. Regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced, every person in Deshret's Relics was forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters, whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit. The record served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail.
So I mean, Kusela thought there was no escaping the records.
That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tigridi, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this. And I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, the boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me. But that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of the Khan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that boss started was quite a blow to headquarters strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack, even though we're outnumbered. We vowed to see our revenge through to the very end.
But Deshret's relics haven't been the only victims of your revenge.
There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies. From food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
Spawning violence with more violence will only cause more pain. Do you have any idea the amount of damage you've done?
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself to save the world, we used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really went and lived those stories out himself. As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the lowest of the low. We have no right to even imagine such an existence, but maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all those he had saved, and more people joined his cause. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. And now, we want to see the story through to the end. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia? You want to go with them?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
I'm on your side, Dia.
Yeah. Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you. We'll be a lot stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants, but the fact is, I owe him this much.
Oh my god, what's the best way to get there? Fuck. This world's too big. Over 300 meters? Come on, dude.
This the entrance? We sure didn't run into much trouble on the way here.
Should be. I don't think they have enough manpower left to post guards and defend their perimeters.
Well, this should be the end, because these usually end with the, what do you call, the domains. Story, and then domain, the end.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people they've got left, though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
I fought through many situations like this before.
Yeah. We'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits on them. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before, but their name means nothing now.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here. I'll take the lead. I've been here once before.
Man, Arlecchino's so bullshit. Just like kills everyone.
This way, follow me. We're almost there.
Wait! They went charging ahead without checking for any traps!
Hey, you guys okay?
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered anything else.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight our way through.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around. There could still be another way through. Let's go! We can't let the boss down.
Let's check if there's another way! The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked by something. Let's try our luck with that mechanism.
Okay, let's go!
Any treasure? Well, I don't see anything from a glance.
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Scatter! Strike a pose! Skyward! Scatter! This is where you fall.
Ow. I thought I was dead.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side, but as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our foes defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, all that awaits me now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even now, my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave one, charge!
Have you, like, gotten any other games for platting now that you did the Garfield thing? I was thinking you could do the BB tag. You're pretty much close to it.
You all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us! This place is like gladiators' ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes, keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down! This is our last stand!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out that high platform.
Get out of my way!
Oh, awesome. Which games?
Come and face me, Michel! So they've broken through the front as well.
Apologies, Lord Michal. They fight like absolute madmen. No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more.
So, it would seem like this is the end.
Time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity?
You still gonna make Ace 8 your 100th plat?
I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, dear! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Let's go. Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
I've seen some of these, right? Like Froggy, or I don't know. Sounds familiar.
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after?
Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela?
Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to talk.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others, it wasn't even worth remembering. Where's the records room? Answer me.
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like any of them still matter anyway.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got burned down? Kusela. Ah, yeah, I remember him now. The guy who could hardly walk.
Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about.
He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room. He couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno.
Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
I've already told you everything I know. Can't you just leave me alone?
How do you pronounce that game? Wise? East?
So,
YS?
this was his final destination.
I've always been calling it East.
How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneaking in here to start a fire?
Yeez.
If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after starting the fire, right? I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something that's been left behind.
Yeez nuts.
Is this a cane? It must be the one that Dia's father used.
Say that.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more. What if something else has been left behind?
But what else could survive a fire like that?
so.
Cane sword.
Wait, isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad.
The whole story was shared with the Core 30, which finally joined the investigation named Restoring Order. A member of Theshre's relics were brought to justice, and a member of the Al-Ahmar turned themselves into the authorities. Oh man, I didn't get time to read all that. Damn. Now what? Oh my god! Now that I'm trying to finish it, she got blocked off. This game can't keep doing this to me. Huh? Is that Dia? Traveler and Paimon, oh my god. They messed up. They forgot a space. Must be my lucky day running to you like this. Dia, you mercenaries are pretty tuned into the grapevine. Have you ever heard of a book called Reasoning Knows Not Time of Day, but Suspense Always Follows a Blizzard? Wait, you guys are looking for it too? By two, you don't mean you're looking for it too? Darn, it does. So does that mean we're finally gonna have to square off against Dia? Wait a minute. Would you mind telling me exactly why you're looking for it? Once more, you go over the rumors that Farzan told you. If it really does turn out to be something important, I'll be sure to let you know if I hear anything. Yeah, why can't they just let me choose which one? Well, really? From your reaction before, Paimon thought you were after it too. Don't worry, a client had asked me to get her the book, but her attitude seemed off somehow, so I didn't take the commission. She's a smart cookie though, and it was like she was hiding something, so I thought she must have had an ulterior motive. Besides, I have other things to look into right now. Compared to some commission, it's more important that you uncover the truth behind that book. Anyway, no time to lose, I've got to get going. Alright then, good luck, and don't forget to tell us if you hear anything. Bye. Is that it? Was that the only line I did all that story for? I wonder who Dean's client could be. Hey! How are you so fast? Flying's faster than running? Sorry, it's a traveler thing. Alright, listen to me. It's like this. Paimon, don't get your hopes up. That book isn't some kind of treasure map. It's just an unbelievably remarkable, surpassingly ordinary detective novel. Huh? But didn't you say there was treasure? Most people backtrack like that. Paimon just think they changed their mind and wanted to keep all the more for themselves. But that's not something you do. No, that's I'm sorry. I just couldn't bring myself to tell you earlier, so I played along with what you were saying. Here's what happened. I borrowed the book a month ago. When I opened it to the first page, I discovered one of the names was printed incorrectly. That night, I had been drinking, just a little, and I was starting to feel drowsy, so I picked up a pen and circled a name. As I'm sure you know, the House of Dina allows borrowers to annotate the books they take out. I'm in the habit of doing that too, so at the time, I didn't give it a second thought. But after I was a dozen or so pages in, I realized that all the names of the characters in the book had intentionally been written slightly wrong. Maybe more accurate to say that the novel itself was quite strange. All the characters were based on real historical figures. Rather than using their original names, they had been tweaked ever so slightly. Most people assumed that the author had made a mistake or there had been a printing error when they saw spelling mistakes like that. I didn't find the content particularly appealing, so I returned it before I finished reading it. But later on, I heard that the book had suddenly become the talk of the town, and that there were rumors about mysterious treasure or something. And you thought it had something to do with you? It certainly does sound like it. Yeah, and I also heard that now all the names of the book have been circled, not just one. I just haven't been figuring out what in Tevat must have happened after I returned it. Did you tell anyone else that you borrowed it? Let me think. Tignati? Last time we met, I also told him about how poorly parts of the books were written. He said I made it sound pretty funny, so much so, in fact, that he suddenly wanted to take a look himself. You made it sound like it was so bad it's good! In that case, let's go find Tignati. That's fine with me, but I still have some work to finish up. No, it's pretty urgent. How about I head back first and we can meet up again later once I'm done? No problem. Hope your work goes well. Me too. Thanks. See you later then. Talk to Tignati. Oh, let me go finish that Dihia quest now. Now that we're here, might as well finish it up. Oh my god, you can't do it. It's epic. Alright. Where's this animal boy? Condorville. A lot of people complain about how like there's like a resin cap or whatever AP cap in this game. I'm like, I don't even use it all. Why do people care so much? It's only like you only need it in the early game. But once you like decently in, you don't use it ever again. Over there. Hey, Tignati. I heard you. How's it going, Traveler in Paimon? You guys sure look excited. Tell Tignati about how you're looking for the novel. Reasoning knows not time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. As you do so, you reflect once more on how absurdly long the title is, and how even just saying it out loud makes you feel tired. Ah, that one. Yes, I did go to the house of Dina to borrow it. Kaveh said it wasn't worth reading, but I was curious, so I went and read it anyway. The problem was, there were already 2 names circled in the book I borrowed, and the style of each circle was different. It was some kind of game. Someone had drawn a red circle around the name of the first character that appeared, and someone else had drawn a green circle around another name. So in the time between Kaveh returning the book and you taking it back out again, someone else had already annotated it? That's right. Paimon's sure that the first circle was drawn by Kaveh. Yes, no surprise there. If you stop and think about it for a second, guessing the identity of the second annotator should be trivial. It's Al Haysum! I don't think they play it though, that's the thing. A lot of people who complain about it don't even like Genshin and use it as a reason why it's bad. Wait, you mean it was... If there are 2 people living in a house and one of them drew the first circle, then it's highly likely that the other person left a mark too. Good point. Like, if you play Genshin, you'll know like, oh, you don't really need it. Sometimes those 2 really are too much. In the end, it is as I suspected from the beginning. The first character whose name had been circled on the very first page turned out to be the murderer. Surely that's just a blatant spoiler. Like that joke where someone opens a novel and bam, there's a note in the margin that spoils everything right from the start. What kind of joke would be so cruel? That was one of Cyrus's, and it wasn't just a joke. He said he actually pulled a stunt like that when he was younger. Who was unlucky enough to borrow the book after he'd scribbled all over it? My master, Nafis, and Professor Zaha Hadi, who had a seminar with him that very afternoon. Cyrus said that the master once threatened to give him a good beating by the side entrance of the House of Dana. It was only thanks to my mother and Professor Zaha Hadi intervening that it didn't happen. That's real. That is you. Paimon doesn't sympathize with Cyrus at all. Not one bit. The House of Dana has never stopped people from annotating books, but this seemed like a special case. I didn't think the book could be allowed to keep circulating like that. So I circled several names myself, laying a false trail. The best place to hide a leaf is in the forest. It's a simple principle. Well, when you put it like that, but still, how many names did you circle, Tignati? Let me think. Not too many, about 3 or 4. I chose them all randomly. And who circled the other names in the book? There must have been others who borrowed that and did something similar. I'm just not sure why. Who would have thought borrowing books could be so complicated? Alright, let's go see if there are any other clues. We'll definitely be able to find it out more by asking around. Yeah, like, for example, I have, like, where is it? These things, and this restores your AP. This is our golden apple. So I'm like, Yeah, I don't really need it. And then you can they've been have those blue apples for a while now. So you don't want to play for the day, you can just convert it. It seems there's a story behind that story. And then you can buy like a temporary like an apple too. So I'm like, yeah. Look, there's Dia. Let's tell her what the real story is. Huh? Candace is there too. What's that joke about Candace? Candace dick fit in your mouth or something? So I need to reflect a little on what I did. What happened? To meet you here today is surely due to the guidance of the gods. Greetings. Candace, is this a personal trip? Today's trip to the city is to buy provisions for the people of Aharu village, as well as help Miss Sataria deliver a message to the sages of the academia while I'm here. Everyone's hot in this game, bro. It kills me. Did you get her? She was a 4-star. On the way, I happened to see Dia sitting in the cafe looking down, so I came over to chat with her. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just that I suddenly remembered a few details about that book after talking with you. Before that client had even contacted me, I heard rumors of an exciting novel full of undiscovered secrets. Out of curiosity, I asked Sina to take it out for me. Oh, that's awesome. As a desert dweller and a mercenary to boot, the idea of solving a mysterious treasure map is pretty exciting. I don't want to ascend her though, because it's so annoying getting her materials. Anyone who who needs materials from the desert can fuck off. That place sucks. Paimon totally gets that. We inherited our custom searching for the gold and wisdom in the sands from the gods themselves. But that book turned out to be dry as dust. A bunch of names have been circled, but I still couldn't figure out what the puzzle was supposed to be despite reading the whole thing through carefully from start to finish. In the end, I started to think it was some kind of ritual or game or something, so I picked it up and a pen and drew a circle on my own. But later on, Miss Dunyazad asked her parents to find a way to borrow it for her. She said the mysterious markings fascinated her, even though she couldn't get into the book itself. If they were just regular annotations, it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary, but these strange circles, you can't help but want to try and figure out what they might mean. That's true. So Dia, what are you reflecting on as having accidentally interfered with other people's reading experiences? Is that correct? I think they're going to fix that mechanic next world update, but I guess we'll see. Wait, hold on a second. Why did you tell Candace? She's a warrior, you know. Sometimes she has to interrogate criminals and other things like that too. Everyone recognizes that her job is sacred. So we need to think over what we've gone wrong. We'll talk to her about it. Please don't be too surprised, my dear traveler. To me, listening to other people's mistakes is just another way of protecting them. Speaking of your own mistakes and hearing sincere advice in return, improvement will come over time. That's the way we do things. But all she did was draw a circle. It's not like she was deliberately trying to mess with anyone. Besides, everyone agrees that the book itself is just bad. Don't worry about it, Dia. That's true. I was just telling Candace how bizarre it is. But be that as it may, it doesn't change the fact that it just ain't right to mess with someone else's enjoyment of a book. That's the bottom line. Anyway, Dia, please have faith that the gods will forgive your transgression. Besides, you told me about a part of the story where one of the suspects in the case ended up crawling out of the village on his hands and knees, and he was named Al-Ahmar. That's right. The text in the book argued that he must have leapt across a broken bridge like a frog. Of course, you find out later on his conjecture was totally off base. Why is that? Because it turns out that Ahmar has a superpower, so he can float right across the broken bridge. What the heck? Is this book even about? It sounds completely ludicrous. Ahmar. Ahmar. Oh my god. I'm so used to them saying Amar. The Ahmar is messing me up. It's simply too reminiscent of the good name of King Destret, don't you think? Though, considering how transgressive this book sounds, I don't think it's worth overthinking it. You're right. You know, I can't help but wonder what our friends at the Temple of Silence would say if they somehow got their hands on this book. I'm sure those sages would be able to unpack interesting ideas from the text we ordinary people could scarce dream of. It's normal for there to be bridges outside blizzard-swept mountain villages and normal for them to get broken, but for a person to cross one by floating through the air, what result to such a lame plot device? Is it really a detective novel? Sounds more like something out of a comic strip. Paimon's starting to get where Farazan was coming from. If you got all excited about reading a tech novel but ended up reading tripe like that instead, better not to even think about it. So where's the book now? Not sure. I returned it after I was done reading it. Back then, there weren't as many markings inside as the rumor says they are. Alright then, Detective Paimon is still on this case. Paimon's being loud, so we should head back to the house with Dina. Who could have predicted this? It's precisely because it is unpredictable that you shouldn't blame yourself. Back to the academia. Man, I hate this thing so much. It's like it's so hard to tell where I'm supposed to go and stuff. Maybe it's this one. Why is it so vertical? Hello, has reasoning snows not time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard been returned yet? There are 2 copies of this book. One's been marked up, the other hasn't. I'm guessing you're looking for the one with the marks. Oh, you saw right through us. Many others have asked for it too. I apologize though. It seems it hasn't been returned yet. Please come back later. Can't you at least tell us who borrowed it? Well, as long as it isn't overdue, we'll patiently wait for it to be returned. Disclosing borrower's identities without proper reason for doing so would be a violation of professional ethics, so you have to forgive me for keeping that information confidential. You got a point. It would be terrible if someone looking to steal a book started harassing whoever had borrowed it. Hey, you two look as confused as a couple of Aranara who've just run into each other head first. Are you looking for something? I can help. That's Naida's voice. Hi there. Oh my god, it's Nagatoro's voice actor. Naida, have you heard of a book called Reasoning Knows Not Time of Day, but Suspense Always Follows a Blizzard? It's such a long name, but yes, I know the one you mean. I heard that everyone was looking for it, and it sounded fascinating, so I found a brand new copy to read myself. By brand new, do you mean it wasn't a copy with older markings on it? Yes, that's right. I was more interested in the content of the book itself than all those rumors about hidden treasure, so an unmarked copy was all I needed. Speaking of which, it's funny, there's more than one copy of this book, but everyone's looking for the one where all the names have been circled. Are they all afraid of spoilers, or do they actually crave them? Oh, then do you know who has a copy of the markings right now? I just so happen to have it seen in the hands of one of your friends. If you're looking for the copy that sparked all the rumors, you should look around near the palace of Alcazar. No, I guess we're going there. Oh shit, I missed that one. Jump. Is that, Dori, Sino, and Satos? Ah! Darn you, General Mahamatra. Entrapment isn't gonna work. You can't do that. Hey, what do you mean by entrapment? Satos. This is Zeno Robinson. It's Junpei Iori's voice actor voices this guy. No scholar studying King Dashret's civilization fails to understand the significance of the Temple of the Silence, and Satos is none other than the heir to this ancient organization and its history of over 1,000 years. After arriving in Sumeru City, he did not wish to be too conspicuous and so chose to live in anonymity, crafting an ordinary identity. With his friendly smile and enthusiasm, this skilled conversationalist became a part of the community almost as soon as he arrived. If you run into him on the street by chance, it wouldn't hurt to strike up a conversation. Perhaps he'll share a mysterious desert tale long lost amidst the sands. You're the one who said you had the book. I said I wanted to read it. Then you agreed to meet me here. Sino showing up too was just a coincidence. Pure coincidence. You don't play games with me. I know you are. You're that new kid Sethos, right? I know you're a friend of Sino's. Huh, so you do know who I am. I saw Sino's chasing you around, trying to get you to play cards, and how you found an excuse to run off after a couple of rounds right after. That left quite an impression. You didn't have to mention that. No, I think Dory's right about that. Oh, speaking of which, Sino is voiced by Alejandro Saab, which is Akihiko's voice actor in Persona 3 Reload. You always look for a way out when it comes to playing Invocation. It's becoming quite a problem. Traveler in Paimon, you've been standing there for quite a while. Oh, if it isn't my dear Traveler in Paimon, what brings the two of you to the palace of Alcazar's area? Might it be that you have come to do business with me, the Lord Sangamabe? Ha ha ha, of course. Please give me a moment to conclude our business here, then I'll be with you straight away. Anyway, General Mahamatra, as I'm sure you are well aware, the means by which I had someone borrow this book from the House of Dino were both completely legal and perfectly reasonable. Seeing as it isn't yet time to return it, you have no right to forcibly seize a book I borrowed. That would only be the case had you not engaged in any irregular activities. Yet just now, a buyer, Sethos, came to the palace of Alcazarzaray on the basis of a mysterious message to meet a seller, hoping in vain to purchase a detective novel. What do you mean, buyer? He's one of your people. You sent him here to deliberately try to buy it and trap me. That is not something I can acknowledge. What I can tell you is that I have had my eyes on this book for some time. Remember, it is forbidden to transfer or sell books from the House of Dino without explicit approval from the relevant authorities. I'm not selling anything, just to be clear. I'm just making the most of an opportunity. If someone pays me a little something on the side, I lend them this mysterious little novel to browse for a bit. If you don't believe me, just ask any of my curious readers. Yes, that's right. Your readers. Anyway, I'll just show him the book. Is that so? And here I thought I was thinking you were really going to go through with an illegal transaction like this, Sethos. Huh? Wait, what? You two really aren't together? I was just really curious about this book. I finally managed to track it down. Sino, it's true that Dory never actually said she wanted to sell the book. So she isn't the mastermind who started all this. The mastermind? So by your own account. Looks like you might have jumped the gun a bit, General Mahamatra. I'm not handing the book over. You may think you played an ace story, but when you opened the book just now, I saw the truth revealed before me. The book's return date is today. That Sino sure got sharp eyes. That's right, I do have a good vision. You have less than half an hour before the book is overdue. Give it to me and I'll return it. How could I just hand it over to you like that? This is a mysterious, super awesome, mega amazing paragon of illogical detective novels that is practically a treasure. I could make a fortune off of it. Should you really be admitting that out loud? I didn't say I was going to sell it. It's not that I was being serious. Then how about this? Dory, Sino, why don't you two play a little game with the book as the stakes? That's one way of solving it. How about it, Dory? Do you dare accept the challenge? If you win, I'll turn a blind eye to the book for the time being. And if you lose, you'll have to hand it over. Oh, hello, welcome back. Oh, sounds interesting. Very well, I'm in. What's the contest? Are both of you confident in your powers of mental recall? My memory's not bad. Yes. And you have both read the contents of this book, correct? That's right. Huh? Sino, you've actually read it? Oh, well, needless to say, so have I. In that case, I'll just open up the book and flip through a few pages, and you tell me how many names have been circled. Best out of 3 wins. Sound good? That's nuts. What, chickening out? No, let's game on. Let's go. Good, in that case, the first page. 6. 6. Both correct. Next to second page. I think it was 4. I'd say 4. Oh, both of you are right again. 2 draws, so it all hangs on the next question. Let's listen up. Oh? Page 61. What? I don't quite remember. 7? I don't know, the answer is 5. Absolutely correct. The answer is 5. Sino, is your memory really that good? I'm not buying it. How did you do that? It's not actually because I have a good memory, but because the circling of the names left a deep impression on me. After I borrowed it, I noticed the names on the first few pages had been selectively circled by different people. Each person's penmanship was different, and moreover, I recognized 3 of the circle as having been drawn by Tignati. A few others used the same color of ink as he does, so it was instantly recognizable. I do have the game volume on. It's just I'm in like a side quest, so those aren't voiced. Even though that, yes, I learned of that habit of his long ago. At that time, I had just been promoted General Mahamatra and would go to a secret base when I was to go through all the trivial tasks in my in-tray at once when with minimal disturbances. I would often find Tignari hidden away on a tree there, doing his homework, noticing the writing implements he favored wasn't exactly detective work in all these years. He's never once changed the ink he uses. Back to the book. Anyone who's read it knows that the first name circle is the real murderer. Perhaps Tignari did not want the plot to be spoiled for anyone else, so he circled other names. Annotating or marking a book is not in itself a violation of bookbarring regulations, but why are all the other marks there? Is there some conspiracy behind them? What do they have to do with Tignari? I wanted to get to the bottom of this, even if it's just for the sake of my friend, and to uncover the secret, you must become part of the conspiracy. So I circled all the other names that were left in the book. Did think you'd do such a thing? So there's no treasure at all? It was just you guys all along? That's right. Should you wish to hide a grain of sand buried in the desert, in that grain sand, I can catch a glimpse of the truth. And so you're drawn to it, making it your plans, yet in a twist of fate were discovered by me. No matter how vast this world is, you cannot run from the long arm of the law. Wow, you're making a meal out of this, aren't you? You really, really have way too much time on your hands. Okay, I give up. You win. That's enough for today. It is time for Lord Sangama Bay to return to her room for some repose. Farewell all. So, do you intend to take this book back to the Temple of Silence? I'd heard there was a treasure hidden inside and thought it might have something to do with the temple. I never thought that was the real story behind it, but when you agreed to compete, I had already surmised you were familiar with this book. That's why I chose that particular format. Brilliant move, bro. Huh? What's with that look? We were just thinking. There have been more twists and turns in the story behind the book than the actual story itself. Well, as long as you got it back, I'll leave uncovering the rest of the secrets to you. And take my leave for now. See you later, everyone. Can I borrow the book? Of course. Hell yeah. After Silent hands you the book, you and Paimon quickly thumb through it. Though you weren't reading very carefully, you can tell that something's not quite right. This plot is wildly imaginative, and just as everyone says, though most of the names in the book seem familiar, on close inspection you realize they aren't actually the names of the historical figures you thought they were at first. Not only that, but every name has been circled. Thinking back on the course of events, you fall silent, then you explain the full story. How unexpected, but still, it does make sense, and is far better than the existence of an actual conspiracy. In that case, I still have other plans. Last time I was at Caravan Rabat, I promised I'd meet Dia and Candace for drinks. Traveler, could I trouble you to return the book for me? Sure, leave that to me. Thanks, friend. Alright, back to the library. What a wild goose chase. Nothing happened.
Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Alright, thanks for joining. Have a good night. Well, we're finally back. Now let's return this book. You really found the book? Amazing! I've been waiting here for it to be returned, so I can see it as soon as possible. Not the entire tale to Kabe's ears. Seriously? How's that even possible? I circled the actual murderer? Paimon's pretty surprised by this whole thing, too. Let's just take care of the book problem first. Hello, this book, it's probably all my fault for using permanent ink to mark a page, since that caused a whole mess of other things to happen. Now it's all marked up like this, and there's even a risk of those marks spoiling the story, so I'd like to buy it. The whole issue should be avoidable if the Academy uses the money to buy a new copy. Would you please consider my proposal? Mr. Kave, your idea has merit, and it is indeed a good way to resolve this situation. I'll confirm the book's price now, then you can pay over there. That's great, thank you so much. Shortly afterwards, Kave accompanies the Academia staff to register the purchase of the book and pays the full amount. The staff member carefully wraps up the thoroughly marked up old book and gives it to him. What a blunder. Regardless, thank you so much for all your help. It was nothing. We're just kind of along for the ride still. It is 3:45 a.m. over here, but let's see, 3 minus 4. It's about like 8:40. Oh, it's almost 9 in New Zealand. It'd be better if you use something more erasable to make notes in the future. I understand. I'll never let myself subconsciously correct typesetting errors ever again. No, I mean, I'll never again borrow a book with such a long name, at least for a while. Yes, almost 4 a.m. I am, United Station. Ah, Hatham, you're here. I was looking everywhere for you. What is it? Guess what I've got in this little bag here. If I had to guess, a young man's tear of regret. And what would you know? Its reasoning knows not time of day, but suspense always follows a blizzard. You actually bothered to memorize a ridiculous and boring name like that. That's just because when I was filling out the paperwork to buy it back at the Academia's office, I had to write it out over and over. I'm up because I want to finish this event stuff, because I want to have time over the weekend, and then it's going to be over. I'll be busy like later on, so I won't have time to play. Then looks like this book has a new owner. Only because I subconsciously marked up the book with ink. Did you know that Technari and Sino all circled names in the book? And it all started because the name I circled was the real killer. To be perfectly honest, the moment I first saw the murderer's name circled, I knew this would happen. Wait a second, how come you've read the book too? I had the pleasure of reading it in the house of Dina. The logic is a mess, it's just poorly written, and you left the book out in the study. So you knew I circled the killer, then did you circle any names in the book? What do you think? So you did? The second one is mine. Why? The best way to avoid spoilers is to add a red herring. Then why just one? Technology circled 3. I already significantly reduced the probability of the murderer's identity being spoiled for the next reader. That's more than enough. No need to worry about things that are beyond saving. And just why isn't it necessary? Using permanent ink to circle a name on the first page, that's obviously beyond saving. What kind of logic is that? I bet you just drew your circle for fun. If I say so, then it's because the circling of names is far more interesting than the book itself. Fair point. In the end, I only have myself to blame for using all of my pencils. I need to go buy some more. Congratulations, this is a one-of-a-kind, out-of-print book, personally penned by the hands of so many, is now yours. Do you think I look happy about it? I don't even want it. If it was Paimon, she wouldn't want it either. That's a no for me too. All's well that ends well. Well, back to the simulacra. Oh, no, I want to finish this thing, actually. Now that this game freaking made me go through it, I might as well wrap it up.
What's this?
We got you some snacks and drink. Oh, on Paimon's tab.
You remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You looked super confused at the time, but said it was an adorable thing to say. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special crash course on Paimon's life philosophy.
She already spends her allowance on other people.
Hey, come on! Paimon's not that stingy. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. You'll feel better for sure once you've got something in your tummy. Junior Azad will also be here shortly. She's already heard that we're back.
Aw, thanks, you two. Honestly, this is very unlike me. I just had a lot on my mind on our way back, so I didn't know what to say. My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me even more than all the feelings we've shared during our previous adventures. But when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without a trace. And I was left feeling more empty than ever before. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me.
Everything just happened so fast.
Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in the world. But perhaps to us, it's the most worthless thing of all. Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. But when it came to avenging my father, There was no more to be made anywhere. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. But look at me now. Am I any different? Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth, and nearly even shed tears for his sake. We're hypocrites. All of us.
You should never question your true feelings, though.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true feelings after it's already too late.
You're back! Are all of you alright?
Ah, there she is.
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do now is wait for their verdict. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Paimon will explain. A lot happened while we were gone.
Once Paimon finishes telling the story, Dunyazad begins to cry. It takes some time for her to compose herself.
I really should have controlled my emotions better. I just...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told, I'm starting to feel a little guilty watching you cry like this.
But Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong with adapting to a new life? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turmoil, and even made me feel ashamed for turning my back on your father's kindness. But now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are a part of who I am, and I will never be able to lead a peaceful existence.
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs. It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play. Even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous, it won't really matter.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not out for Mora. Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What about stopping by the Grand Bazaar again?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
It's always more fun when everyone's together.
I can't thank you enough for taking care of me this entire time.
Yeah! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, this rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the fabric is also of high quality.
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk?
Oh, making you... I didn't even know there was like a requirement like that. That's so weird.
Wait, are you here to take revenge on us?
What are you talking about? Do I look like I can take you all in a fight? I just came here to give you something. I'll be on my way to give myself up to the Corps after this. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Ahmar's camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
No, I don't remember having to wait or anything, but I've had like a YouTube channel for like a really long time. And I don't really remember having to wait. Yeah. And I also did this like a long time ago too, so maybe the requirements changed since then.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves into the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me and told me that it contained some of the old man's last possessions. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the court could get their hands on it.
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind. Huh. It feels lighter than expected.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any moral was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk. It kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left unopened for too long.
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it's about to fall apart. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least copied something useful.
That probably means this was really important to him.
And here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated. Maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always say that he got them for me, but in the end, he always ate more than I ever did. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just common sense? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wooden toy puppet, a wool scarf, which from the looks of it probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? Why are these things here?
I'm suddenly feeling a little scared.
I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap and dumped any and everything in there. 2 empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys, are these the kinds of things that a normal person would leave behind?
Probably not, but an interesting man.
There's something in the bottle.
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter from me?
You don't need to read it out loud.
It's all right. I'll just read it out. If he went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that he wanted to say. Or at least record down.
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already long gone. You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having you in the group. But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably the guy's fault.
They were never up to any good.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at himself.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Wait, what?
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called flame main. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could rule over the entire desert. But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day and discovered a baby in the sands. It was you. You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, you would have been buried forever. But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were a bundle of energy.
Sounds like he's serious.
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had no other choice. I was their most esteemed leader, after all. It's not like I could just tell them that I suddenly wanted to play at being a father. At this rate, I'll puke up all the liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child.
But isn't that also a good thing?
I suppose. Or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah. It's just a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that he wanted you to make?
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who abandoned me. I just have one wish. To tell them a story, that there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
I also don't want to see his efforts go to waste. I don't want you to stop going forward.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you so much. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but I've always considered myself lucky, because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible kindness.
Oh, that was a good wrap up. So I think I already did this. I gotta go do this one now. I could not do that. I don't even pay attention anymore in this game, so I'd be so bad at it. But I'm pretty bad at regular GeoGuessr too, I suppose. Blah 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 blah. I'm just bad with like direction kind of stuff.
Ah, what trinkets have we here? Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, I see. What do you mean I exited challenge area? What the fuck?
A reward on the road. I'll keep this close.
Yeah, now I'm just gonna probably just explore this island until I get most of it. I guess that's my plan. Or the simulacra, because there's other stuff here I have to check out. No, I don't have the time for these games. It looks neat though.
A reward on the road.
Like, I can barely keep up with Genshin. I have like all these quests to still get through. Like, oh, there's no way I can pick off ZZZ. Again, I don't have time for it. I play like a lot of other games already. Nice.
keep this close.
I'm already like behind on a different game, Limbus Company. That one I have to get through sometime next week, and then FGO is having another thing happening sometime next week. So then I got delayed that for a bit, and then what was it? Master Duel is having something right this very minute, and I gotta finish that soon. And then Nikkei's also having stuff happen right now, so I gotta do that like daily. If Zenless wasn't a gacha game, I'd probably try it out at my own pace. But no, I don't like playing gacha games, but I'm like not able to play it consistently. Because if they pull like the bullshit Genshin does, like, oh, you missed an event. You can't replay them. And then I just end up watching on YouTube, it's like, oh, why am I playing anyways? You've never heard of Fate Grand Order? That's like so old. Nikkei is like popular though, it's the ass game. Master Duel is just Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I can type these out. I got Fate Grand Order, Nikkei, Limbus Company, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yeah, these are the ones that, like, other than Genshin, I've been like playing daily. I used to have like another game, but like that one went end of service after like 10 years, so that was just pretty sad.
Is this an answer from this world?
Now where's that one place where I blew stuff up? There it is. I feel like everyone's at least like seen Nikkei somehow. Because everyone makes fun of it for being the ass game. Hey, we finished these. Oh my! I thought it was safe. Are you alright? I can't move. Alright, there we go. Thank you.
I'll keep this close.
I don't think there are any more puzzles for me here.
Yeah, skyward.
Official.
Oz, though I customarily refer to you as my familiar, in truth, I've always seen you as...
Say no more, main Fräulein. I, Osvaldo Hrafnavines, hereby pledge to always stay by your side.
Quite rightly so. The Prinzessin should expect no less from her most favored Nachtraben.
I couldn't agree more, main Fräulein.
Oh, there's another one here.
I'll keep this close. this close.
Is there anything else here? Alright, I'm gonna look a little bit more, but I think I'm done with this area. Oh, there's this thing too.
A reward on the road.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Let me try.
Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Alright, what else is left here? I think now we're done. There's some quests here, I know. Wasn't there something with like Kirara? Like over here?
So, are you all set? Ready to start investigating?
Why is this voiced? We're all good.
Great! Let's go! I've delivered packages all over, but I've never seen a mysterious fairy tale world like this before. Looks like nobody has gotten around to repairing this house yet. Ugh, even I wouldn't dare to sleep in there. It might suddenly collapse in on you. You want to check out the area over there? Okay, I'll wait here for you. Nothing to see here either. Maybe we can find someone to ask? Aha! Over there! I bet we'll find some people there. Let's go take a look.
wanna check out the area over there? Okay, I'll wait here for you. Uh-huh. I was sure there'd be people here.
There once was a goddess who ruled over fate. Before she died, she left 3 riddles for the kingdom she had created.
What? Who said that?
Long story short, on this day, a sentient feline, an outlander, and a diminutive pixie arrived on the scene, and they saw a narrow path off to the side.
Okay, but which side?
Yeah, if you gave ambiguous instructions like that to a Comania Express courier, they'd give you the parcel right back and tell you to write the delivery address more clearly.
Despite how obvious the answer was, the perplexed pixie and the flummoxed feline struggled to work it out. Although, perhaps a small part of the blame could be attributed to my dull narration. All right, let's try this again. The path on the left-hand side seemed to give off an enticing fragrance, as if to say, this is the way to wealth and glory.
Ooh, that sounds like the start of a good story. Then what? Then what?
At the end of the path, the motley crew would soon spot a secret stone room. A prophecy had once foretold of a marquis who shall one day venture inside, and thus it is named the future marquis's abode to be. You like it? The future marquis's abode to be? Got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
That was a little bit boastful.
But before you continue, I must warn you of the danger that lies ahead. For example, under no circumstances should you sit on the chair in the center. Otherwise, the consequences could be a bit embarrassing.
It's like the Stanley Parable kind of thing with this narrator. Where's the... Did I get it? Alright. Where are those? I don't see it. Oh, I see it now.
I'll keep this close.
At the end of the path, the motley crew would soon spot a secret stone room. A prophecy had once foretold of a marquis who shall one day venture inside, and thus it is named the future marquis's abode to be. You like it? The future marquis's abode to be? Got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
That was a little bit boastful.
But before you continue, I must warn you of the danger that lies ahead. For example, under no circumstances should you sit on the chair in the center. Otherwise, the consequences could be a bit embarrassing.
I know he said to go to the left path and then end of the road, but I forgot which direction was which. So we start from here, right?
So many summers, winters, springs, and falls, and now at last a hero hither strides.
Israel knows not what lies beyond its walls. Its secrets mystify the world outside.
Wait, new voices. Who are they?
In the name of the elders of our 3 tribes, we hereby form this pact that from this day forward our peaceable.
Golden sunlight fills the firmament. The tabletop engrosses your attent. Perchance peruse these pages thence. They surely represent no ill intent.
Captivated by the epic poetry and enthralled by the outstanding storytelling, the Outlanders knew what their next objective was. Namely,
Stop the poem. We have a situation. Something's up with this person.
Traveler? Are you alright?
Turns out there's glue. You try to stand up, but the glue is holding you firmly in place.
Come on, you can do it. This can't be how our story ends.
Try to stand up. You manage to partially unstick yourself. The issue isn't that you can't break free, it's more that you don't want to tear your clothes in the process. They mean a lot to you.
Can I give you a hand or a tail, even?
Keep trying to stand up. Finally free yourself and stand up, clothes intact.
Cafe, I just realized. You said we all had to speak like bards, but every time you open up your mouth, I don't hear any rhymes.
yeah, I noticed that too. It's one standard for us and another for you. That's not fair, Cafe.
Strong as stone, firm as steel. The Outlander pulls, but it does not yield.
This has happened many times before, but this time it's different. A thought enters the Outlander's mind. Attack! Attack! First weaken the structure, then seize the treasure.
The attack's now over. Only one final step remains.
Now it is the time to seize the key. But alas, as was the case for all those who had come before, the key still did not move an inch.
Wait, what? They got it out? Yes! Finally! Come on, move your butts! And your lights, assuming they're still in working order. It's showtime!
No hard feelings about your lack of poetic contributions?
Oh, let it go!
Welcome, esteemed and noble Outlander. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We represent the 3 great clans of this realm, having been selected as its authorized historical supervisors.
Our purpose being to await the arrival of one such as yourselves, who shall remove the clockwork key.
My name is...
You're Cafe, he's Albizzi, and that's Bobarano, right? You've done so much talking that we can already tell you apart by your voices.
Aren't we missing someone though? The guy who led us here to begin with?
Who?
And thus was born the long-awaited fellowship, destined to uncover the truth of the past. Allow me to quote, if I may, in the history of Constellation Metropole, a new page has begun.
Him.
Well, there's no 4th person, so which of you is the ventriloquist? Come on, out with it.
We've never heard that voice before. But he sounds like he'd be good at reading bedtime stories to children. Whoever it is, I don't know and I don't care. Forget about him. We have far more important things to focus on. Like, where our journey goes from here. That key you hold is the pivot point about which the past and present of the Metropole revolve. However, between our 3 clans, there is some dispute over the historical record.
Each clan has its own version of history, detailing the clan's origins and the tale of the Dragon of Old. And unfortunately, we don't know which one is the truth.
Dragon? You mean the one that's been acting up recently?
Oh, no, not that one, you adorable little pixie. When I say Dragon of Old...
He means a dragon that would be really, really old if it was still with us today, but it was defeated in ancient times. The new one has nothing to do with our clan history.
Was that supposed to be a joke? Anyway, So you've been waiting for someone to remove the key so you can finally explore the truth of the past?
Not just explore it, but argue incessantly about it. Honestly, I don't care that much. Cape's the one who's always bothering us about it.
What we need to figure out is who resolved the dragon crisis. We have to know that before we can decide which is the supreme clan.
The moment you removed the key from where it was lodged, you became the honorary Marquis. We humbly beseech you, noble outlander.
Call me the Traveler.
Noble traveler Marquis, we ask you to help us. You and your talking Puss in Boots and the pale floating pixie.
They went ahead and said it. Puss in Boots. No more Nekomata boots. Just straight up Puss in Boots.
Puss in Boots? Are you serious? It's better than Demon Feline, but still.
You can't say that. That's copyright.
Embrace it, my friend. Embrace it. Most cats don't wear boots or speak, do they?
I'm not even a cat. I'm a Nekomata. Now that you know the word, I expect you to use it.
Please allow me to lead you all to a sacred memorial site. It will be much easier to explain what needs to be done once we are there.
Cape leads the party to the so-called Sacred Memorial Site.
This place is sacred to my clan. It's where our brave forefathers once took up arms against the Dragonfold. After a bitter battle that dragged on for many days and nights, finally, our forefathers fought the dragon into submission, and it fled. They took turns, though. Some forefathers worked the day shift, while others worked the night shift.
So they worked shifts while the poor dragon had to work around the clock?
So they say. It's just a legend, though.
Wait a second? Did I just hear you admit that your clan's history is just a legend?
History, legend, who cares? My clan was definitely courageous, that's the point. That's the truth. And isn't the truth what we've all been arguing about non-stop for all these years?
Cape's words gave the traveler food for thought. Could it be that the truth in a fictional world is equivalent to fiction in the real world? But that would have to wait. Apparently, Cape was not alone in his pilgrimage to this sacred site. Unwanted company had arrived. The traveler and the talking cat, Nekomata, decided to teach them some manners.
Draw time. Doesn't she use like a sword?
was as if the spirits of my ancestors were fighting through me.
There's a thought. Be wrong, but maybe the Traveler Marquis is a lot more powerful than your ancestors.
Technically, your martial prowess and show of courage are a more vivid reenactment of my ancestors' feats that suit the modern aesthetic.
I'm doing the friggin' hit tweet girl boss pose.
Now, let's get down to business. As we all know, time is but an illusion. Time may flow line by line, page by page, or frame by frame, but usually it flows in the form of springs and gears.
And that clockwork key you have in your hand can turn back time and make the past reappear.
Well, actually, my view is that the illusion of time is more of a problem of consciousness. Gears power the body, while the body is the vessel of the conscious mind. But the mind cannot understand the dimension of time, so we experience instead an endless continuum of moments as the pinion of now turns along the rack of ages.
I'm getting flashbacks to when I was delivering packages to the Sumeru Academy.
A teacher once asked Albizzi what his greatest fear was, and he replied, dragons. Boberano was asked the same question. He replied, time, and repeated the argument we just heard. The teacher then turned to Cape and posed the same question. He replied, Boberano.
The manuscript that tells the truth of the historical record, the blueprint to all of creation, the work of the great mage themselves. It can be found at the beginning of the Girak, and on the very first page of the book.
Paimon didn't follow all that, but basically, you're just saying that we need to put the key in and turn it all the way back?
Exactly. It is said that in the beginning, the goddess of creation took the goddess of fate's manuscript as a blueprint, placed it under the goddess of prophecy's starry realm, and generated the world from a few magic arrays. So in a few moments, when the great clockwork key turns the local time here back to the very beginning, we will restore the magic arrays back to their original configurations.
Oh, hold on. Isn't stealing part of the blueprint of creation a little dangerous? Also, how are we supposed to know the original configurations of the magic arrays?
Well, the general shapes of the configurations have been passed down over the ages. They now form the family crests of each of our clans. So you'll just need to reference my family crest and join the dots accordingly.
Shape of Valor is like a Z shape.
To address your other concern, when the house has already been built, do you really think that taking away the construction crew and blueprint will cause it to collapse?
The Traveler Marquis prepares to insert the great clockwork key into the nearby keyhole.
I guess we should start here?
Is this? Behold, the sacred writings that record the truth of... No, wait. That have shaped the truth of history. Gather round and let us bear witness.
Alright, thanks for joining. Have a good afternoon, or day. Brave Francois mounted the haystack, picked up a fork, and planted it tines down atop the mountain of grass. Behind him was a large bright moon. He shouted out the names of everyone in the village. The village chief was first to be named, and so frightened was he that he wished to climb up the haystack and stopped out Francois's mouth. Are you crazy? You're yelling so loudly the dragon might show up, you good for nothing. Have you not seen how the windmill everyone built has been destroyed by the dragon? And here you are, worrying if it will return. Francois really would have loved to kick him off the haystack, but held back given that the chief too was worried for the villagers' safety. Francois saw that nigh all the villagers had arrived, and so he cleared his throat. Dear neighbors and kin, think you still that we must endure this? No, of course not, but we cannot do anything about the dragon, said the grocer. Who says so? Did I not leap onto his neck from the windmill blade, stepping on it twice, and did it fall down and flee? Did it not fall down and flee? Perhaps everyone worked so hard to build a mill that was destroyed, everyone's emotions became inflamed. Lifting their fists, they decided to take on the dragon. But Francois lifted his own hands and calmed the crowd. Let us go home for today, everyone's present. Lack of self-preservation is not bravery, but rather wrath. It would be a desire to face danger after calming ourselves. Only then may we truthfully call our sentiment valor. So everyone at home. The next day, there are so many youngsters who wish to follow Francois to take on the wicked dragon. Who would have known that the valiant possessed the protection of the goddess' radiant charter? Encountering true valor, the dragon could neither spout fire nor slash with claws, and was forced to allow the other party to call pauses and switch personnel. And so, after several days and nights of fierce fighting, the wicked dragon could no longer bear and chose to surrender. AA.
Feast your eyes, rejoice, and cheer, for this is the unquestionable truth. Look at the signature. Nobody is capable of forging that.
I don't believe it. So, all along, our histories have been false?
Don't lose heart, Albizzi. It does not follow from his is true that ours are false.
That might be the most bogus logic I've ever heard. But keep up the mental gymnastics, Boberano. Been waiting for that look of jealousy on your face my whole life, and I'm gonna savor it.
And yet, it seemed that this conundrum could indeed have more than one solution. Everyone agreed that there may be more than one truth. The party decided to visit the sacred sites of the other clans and see what their documents had to say.
Isn't a narrator supposed to remain detached and objective? It feels like you're forcing a narrative agenda on us here. Oh, whatever. I'm in a good mood. Let's do it. The instructions say to repeat the process 3 times, and besides, I'm looking forward to watching you both be sorely disappointed.
Let's do my clan next. I'll lead the way.
These dudes are really
I
funny.
need the key again, right? Let me see if I can pull it out. Yoink!
Skyward! Scatter!
Welcome to Constellation Metropole, Traveler, Miss Paimon. My colleagues have apprised me of your names and deeds and have confirmed that you are valiant indeed. Were I not in charge of training the guards, I should have liked to spar with you. So you guard yourselves then. In sooth, I am. On the orders of our liege, we are to defend the Constellation Metropole and keep the peace. My work specifically is to train the guards, that their skills may prove worthy of their duty. So the door behind leads to the training grounds. Keen eye indeed. It leads to a domain that we just finished remodeling. Within those grounds, the trainee must swing their blade to a specific rhythm, and the arena's lighting will constantly change throughout the battle. Sounds like some pretty rigorous training. Sounds complicated. More like, do you have to follow that specific rhythm while fighting as well? This part of the regiment is actually derived from a story titled The Owl Musician. It was popular amongst the guards some time back. Many enjoyed it to the point where they forget to take part in training and their daily patrols are delayed. But I had a thought, since everyone liked it so much, adding elements of a story into our training would make it more enjoyable. This had a visible effect in training, if nothing else. There have been no further delays in our patrols due to personal reasons. Would two of you be interested in such training? The challenges should be a piece of cake for those with valor such as yourself. I think give it a try. Such commendable courage. Excellent. Please then step into the domain.
I will have order. Solidify.
Time to shine! Yoo-hoo! Laid bare. This is where I fall. Overruled. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Order guide you. Stabilize.
Let my name echo in song. Show it.
This is where you fall. Transfixed.
Time to shine.
Game's up. Game's over. Gotcha. Everlasting as the moon.
This is order. Gather.
Let my name echo in song.
Here comes the catch. Busted. Laid bare. This is where you fall. Witness my rise.
Let the world collide. How dare you?
There is no escape. Everybody stand.
Rain cutter.
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
I'm going in. Eat this. At the front hip, it's the fuck.
Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outlines your. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Everybody stand back. Let your toast. Nice and split.
Rain cutter. Know my sword. I let my guard down. Now you shall perish. Shine down. Teamwork is dreamwork. Witness the power of Gowak. Rain outlines. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. I'm going in. You're toast. Rain cutter. Know my sword. Rain outlines. Torn to oblivion. Everybody stand! Witness the power of good. Shine down! Now you shall perish!
Order guide you. Solidify.
Time to shine. Showing you.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Transfixed.
Let my name echo in song! Here comes the catch. Gotcha. Quietly now. Overruled. Witness my rise. Transfixed.
This is order.
Let the world collide! Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha. Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare. Witness my rise.
Order guide you.
Let my name echo in song! Game's up. Fun's over. Transfixed. This is where I fall. Overruled.
There is no escape. The Temple of Wisdom.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let me read you a verse. Huh? Oh, red. Shine down. Ha! Inazuma shines eternal. Ha!
Hey! Make yourselves a move!
Everybody stand back. Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Now you shall perish. I'm going in.
Share my knowledge. This paper.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. There is no escape.
Committed to memory. Everyone hold hands.
Know my sword. Shine down. Torn to oblivion. Everybody stand back. Let me read you a verse.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. This may hurt a little.
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered. I'm going in. There is no escape. Everybody stand. Witness the power of Gugwa. Red.
Eat this! Boba, get them!
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. I'm going in. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outlines your shine down. Now you shall perish. Everybody stand back! Rain cutter! You're toast! No, my sword! Rain outlines your... Torn to oblivion! Illusion shot! Going in! Let me weave you a burst. Eat this! Nice and spicy! Now you shall perish! Shine down! Everybody stand back! Rain cutter! No, my sword! Rain outlines your face! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no teamwork is trick! Let me weave you a Eat this! Now you shall perish!
I will have order. Gather.
Time to shine! Strike a pop!
Things are about to get dicey.
Laid bare. Witness my rise. Transfixed.
This is where you fall.
Order guide you. Stabilize.
Let my name echo in song! Show it!
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Laid bare. Everlasting as the moon.
Let the world come alive!
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
This is order. Quake!
This is where you fall.
I'm getting
Everlasting as the moon.
Time to shine! Shower me with the...
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
This is where you fall.
Shine! Going in! Rain cutter! No, my sword! You're toast! Guma, get them! Torn to oblivion! Ha! Ha! Illusion shattered! Teamwork is trim! Let me weave you a rope. Nice and spicy! Rain outlines your face. No! Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! I'm going in! Witness the power of good! Eat this! Rain outlines your face. Torn to oblivion! shattered. Everybody stand that rain cutter. Rain outlines your... Now you shall perish. Go in! Witness the power. You're toast! No, my sword! Inazuma shines eternal! Teamwork is true, rain cutter! Eat this! Now you shall perish!
I will have
Your
order.
coming was for...
Solidify.
Let the world collide!
Hold. Overruled. Witness my rise. Care for the clouds high.
The birds call.
Wind strike. Transfixed.
Your journey ends here.
This is where you fall.
This is order.
Let my name echo in song! Shower me...
As one with wind and cloud.
Overruled.
Your coming was foretold.
Care for a princess. I witness
Target
my
practice.
rise. Transfixed.
Your journey ends
Let the world collide!
Clouds high. The birds call.
Order guides. Gather.
Let my name echo in song!
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud.
Overruled.
Your coming was
Everlasting as the
foretold.
moon. Care for it laid bare.
Your journey ends here. Lord of Sand. Your son.
Stabilize.
Let the world collide!
Fallen leaves. Storm my nights.
Witness my rise.
Your
Overruled.
coming was foretold.
Care for the dance.
Dance with me.
And we're done with that.
We better watch out. There's a cat burglar about.
Sweet, we got the new outfit.
reward on the road.
It just shows where all the chests are too. What the heck?
Is this an answer from this world? Skyward! Scatter! A reward on the road. Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
Is this an answer from this world?
So I guess it's patient for this one. Oh shoot.
Is this an answer from this world? Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
Okay, it's supposed to be a treasure here, but what the frick is it?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
keep this close. Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
I'll keep this close.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
A reward on the road.
his world? Yeah! Scatter! A reward on the road. Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Scatter! Scatter!
Welcome, honored guests. Welcome to the Forest of Blessings. Are you here for a jaunt, or are you here to see the Rain Song Pond jumping competition? Whatever the case may be, may you enjoy your time here. Fortunately, a sudden visit of the draconic variety isn't on the menu anymore. If anything, I say that you come at just the right time. Word is that the dragon's having a bout of a good temper. I was just about to bring some paper models over to see him. Hope he likes them. Oh my, I forgot to introduce you my masterpiece, as well as this outstanding frame. Please look over here. Have a look at this fantastic fabricator. Every paper model I've made up to this moment's inside, I've walked, well, jumped across the entire world, and made countless friends in my journey to craft them. For example, the flying squirrel Clonch, who would often drag me into the wind currents to try flying David, who loves paper models I do, and of course, Olof, over the stone-faced fellow. They're all generous enough to let me make paper models based off them, that I might share these interesting toys with everyone. Right then, grab the Star Cell coins, consider them a welcome gift, then sail into the fabric and finally turn this handle. Let's see what Dewdrop shall bring you today. Once you use the coins, though, you'll have to find a way to get more on your own, if you want to continue turning the fabricator handle, that is. That's how to get more. Well, you can ask those good friends of mine. I'm sure they'll have an idea or two. After you get the present, you can exhibit them on the shelf behind me. Strictly speaking, it is this shelf that was true impetus for my creation of the fantastical fabricating paper models. But that telling of the tale is no simple thing. Should you so wish, I would be glad to share it with you. But for now, just start the fabricator up. Dreamy dewdrops above, willing may you gain the gift you desire. May your mood be uplifted for the rest of the day. Ooh, jeez. Oh wow. Nice.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose and conversation. Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah!
I'll keep this close.
The party finds no pedestal in which to place the great clockwork key. Only a locked door.
Where's your clan's pedestal? Let me guess, you hid it away in advance to save yourself the embarrassment of having it exposed as a fake?
You done? Okay. Now, since my clan's main claim to fame is...
Misinformation, half-truths, and fabrication.
Ah, shut up, Cafe.
Shut up, Cafe.
I swear, if I wind up dead one day, the murderer was Boberon. Let those be my last words.
My clan's claim to fame is that we outwitted the Dragon of Old and stole its treasure. Ergo, all articles of value that we own, including the pedestal for the clockwork key, lie behind that door.
So, next step is open the door?
Almost. There's one step before that. The door is protected by a smart interrogation system. We have to answer its questions, and if we get them wrong, we will alert law enforcement.
Jeez. Well, do you at least know the answers?
The correction fluid of time has dyed white the pages of the Book of Wisdom. No, I don't know the answers. But worry not. I had a quick word with the constabulary in advance. They'll ignore the alarm if we get the questions wrong, so answer without fear.
Question 1. Who is it?
The great yokai, Nekomata in boots.
And the trusty travel guide, Pixie! Travel guide. Trusty travel guide!
Question 2. By which virtue did the ancients defeat the dragon?
If this is the right answer, I swear I'll...
Correct.
What? A barefaced lie. So low.
Question 3. Which is more real? The fiction of the outside world, or the truth of this world?
Hear, hear! Who can be sure that the outside world isn't just a dream? And that when the dreamer wakes up, they won't just find themselves inside a novel? There is no way to know, therefore both are equally real.
All correct. You may have the key pedestal.
Yay! Door opens and a puff of smoke walks out. Look, the pedestal clears.
You know what must be done. Please insert the great clockwork key. Oh, and this is my family crest.
A question mark.
Do we really need this one?
Let me see what
elaborate fiction the Clan of Wisdom was able to conjure up.
If anyone's listening, I would like to submit these as my last words. I surrender. I'm the one who murdered Tappy.
While Antonio in the basement of the crumbling house began reading the ancient book he had found, his oil lamp shook from time to time as the swaying structure above ground collapsed. The village was to be symbolically raised by the dragon, and he had been chosen by the dragon, for he had not returned home. But Antonio did not care. He only wished to study the book the old lady had given him on the bridge he passed today. This book was titled Radiant Charter, and within was recorded all the rules that every being within Simulanka must follow. It was written in the language of world's creation at the very start, and if Antonio was not possessed of extraordinary wisdom to decipher this primordial text, there would have been no study to be had. This book recorded no solutions as to resolving the difficulty that Constellation Satellite presently faced, nor did it contain any hexes that could aid Antonio in repairing his own home. But he knew that the wisdom was the mightiest thing in the world, and the morning light shone through the ruins of his home, and the neighboring blacksmith and chubby chief took great pains to get rid of the house's wreckage, which blocked the basement hatch with dark circles about his eyes. Antonio said to the chubby chief, "I shall defeat the dragon. I'll return soon. Are you sure you're all right? You don't look like you got any sleep. I just smoked from the oil lamp. Don't worry about it." The dragon sat at the top of the mountain of chargers, gazing down at insignificant little Antonio walking closer. Flames gathered in his throat, preparing to burn the area 1 centimeter before him. All the better to scare this puny, foolish creature away. "Halt! I'm a qualified second-class Meister. The Radiant Charter states that should I refuse a duel, you cannot use force. This restriction did indeed exist, and so the wicked dragon swallowed its flame whole. How it dreaded going to the toilet tomorrow." Antonio, for his part, had not expected that the second-class rust-clearing Meister qualification exam he had taken on Lark would come in useful, and since I'm a second-class Meister, I propose a duel of riddles. You cannot refuse. Now, Simulanka had just such a law, mainly for the benefit of sphinxes, old sages, and princes who wished to make life hard for others. The evil dragon had not expected this rule to catch up with it. Actually, I asked the first question. My house sold for $8,000 more yesterday, but I thought there was room to raise the price, so I bought it back for $9,000. Planning to sell for $10,000. How much more did I lose in the end? Dragon laughed in contempt. What's so hard about it? You could have waited until it hit $10,000 to make your move, but you sold 8 and bought 9. So you lost $1,000 more that you could have earned. Said wrong. You burned my house down yesterday. I could have sold it in time, so I lost far more. Sorry. I mean, I do have to burn a house, and you happen not to be home, so I might as well hit one that doesn't result in any loss of life. Now that we lost this contest, I have the right to loot of the same value as your life minus 1 more, and considered that you burned my house, I can seek damages. Let's assume that my house is worth just 1 more. Well then, Wicked Dragon, you know what to do with yourself. Please spare me, I'll give you anything. Your words, not mine, Antonio said, as he pulled out the contract he had written long ago. Thus, Antonio did use his wisdom to take all the evil dragon's treasures. The dragon, devastated, would never again return to attack. Constellation Satellite, where Antonio lived many years later. A child asked Antonio, "You sold your place for $8,000 and spent $9,000 buying it back, so it looks like you actually did lose $1,000 more." AA.
Look, my clan's history is true as well. There's that same unforgeable signature again.
What? Oh, does this mean that my clan is the only odd one out?
Given that my clan's wisdom is such a subject of ridicule in your eyes, I will now appeal to my own personal intelligence, which I believe far surpasses that of my clan at large, and make a prediction. It seems likely that the claims made by each of our clans regarding their history and virtue are all true.
Oberano? How can that be?
Oh, I get what's going on. Once, when I was drinking with Gujiyai, she bet me a round of dried fish that I couldn't guess which cup the umeboshi was under. Whichever one I guessed, I was always wrong, and Gujiyai would lift a different cup to reveal it. But then, I learned later from one of the shrine maidens, Miyuki, that all of the cups had an umeboshi under them. This goes to show, I still got a long way to go before I become a great yokai. Whichever one I guessed, I was always wrong, and Gujiyai would lift a different cup to reveal the umeboshi. Oh, don't mind Fox Lady. That's just her way of teasing you.
Actually, that reminds me. We can now open these 3 treasure chests. And unlike the guessing game you mentioned, this one's not a trick.
Cool. Well, once you've plundered the last of Oberano's family wealth, we can go to my clan's place.
Guess I'll take the clockwork key again then. Yoink! I'll keep this close.
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
The cohort of truth seekers followed Aoizi to his clan's sacred site. They arrived to the site of a giant guard towering over them.
Up ahead is my clan's gigantified guard. He can be a little pig-headed, and he's incredibly strong. Your weapons won't even scratch him.
Wait, but wasn't Kappe's clan the one that's all about strength? So, what do you guys believe in then?
Oh, the guard is one of Kappe's people. Size is a coveted trait in the clan of strength, after all. Mine is the clan of empathy, and our key contribution is growth serum.
What's sympathetic about that?
Our ancestors believed that, just maybe, the dragon of old didn't mean us any harm at all. Perhaps the dragon simply didn't notice us, since we are so very tiny. So, they drank the growth serum and grew even larger than the dragon. Then, they set the dragon down, calmly explained their perspective, and eventually taught it how to empathize.
The serum isn't what it once was, though. Nowadays, it doesn't make you grow all that much, and it actually makes you lose your empathy. So, I advise we take a detour.
Despite Albizzi's words of caution, somebody, no doubt, has other ideas. Surely we could avoid a conflict with the guard, they think to themselves. If we could just try to understand one another. You could, of course, just take the path to your left and go around. But some people are gluttons for punishment. It's all part of the experience, I suppose.
Everyone, I have returned. I come with the long-awaited Marquis and their followers to search for the lost origins of our clan.
Well, we weren't told anything about that this morning. Get out of here. Leave us alone.
Giant guards scoop you all up and throws you outside. No one's able to fight back.
You and Albizzi only wanted to strike up a conversation with the guard. But since greeting you wasn't one of the items included in today's schedule, the relationship quickly soured. If you're just looking for a way in, why not consider taking the path on your left?
Everyone, I have returned. I come...
Well, we weren't told it.
You and Albizzi only wanted to strike up a conversation with the guard. But since greeting you wasn't one of the items included in today's schedule, the relationship quickly soured. If you're just looking for a way in, why not consider taking the path on your left?
Why is my own clan treating me like a villain?
You've been away too long. We all have. Feels like we've been waiting forever.
We should be getting close.
Why is this place so full of junk? Are you the kind of people who never throw away the box when you buy something because you're worried you won't be able to return it without the original packaging? We'll never find the Oracle pillars in all this mess.
Never mind that. We have a more pressing issue. It seems there's a slight problem with my clan's family crest. The Marquis may need to utilize their wisdom to solve the issue.
Oh, inside out. I got it. So.
Wisdom too, huh? Well, you guys have a bit of everything, don't you? Except empathy.
Over here! I found it! Keep the noise down! We don't want to alert the guard. I'll go keep watch.
Can't you destroy the boxes a little more quietly?
A reward on
This is the last one.
Galileo and Alberto did many good deeds again today, though it was most tiring to help the old lady on the bridge move her barrels of hard apple cider. They each got a small barrel as a reward. The moonlight was unobstructed and beautiful, and the two good friends climbed up the high wall that had been built to save the evil dragon off. Alberto lost a rock paper scissors match, so he had to hold a barrel of cider under the crook of his arm. As they climbed the ladder, "Look, this is the big house that our chubby chief was so proud of. Doesn't look so big from here, huh?" said Alberto. As he looked at the house, "You're wrong. That's my home," said Galileo. "The chief's house is that one." Alberto's night vision was not all that good, and moonlight could never compare to daylight. If one were to close one's eyes, the light could not be seen at all. He tried a little harder, but could discern nothing more. "But it's also really small," Galileo continued, "so there's nothing wrong with your statement." Galileo and Alberto were both really perceptive people. Galileo's reply covered for Alberto's discomfort regarding his poor vision, while Alberto also lost the rock paper scissors match on purpose so that he could carry the cider barrel because the gears under Galileo's ribs were injured. "Here's to you." The two friends raised a toast until Alberto stuck the cork back into the barrel. The next day, the two gathered everyone in the village plaza. First, they apologized for the collapse of the anti-dragon wall, told all the people that they were preparing to have a talk with the evil dragon. I know it was a lot of work for everyone to fix that wall, but we were not that fussed about it anyway, the chubby chief said. But are you sure you're not bragging when you say you knocked it down yourselves? Of course, that was not the chief's point. He too was a good person. He continued, also it's too dangerous to seek the dragon out. Don't worry about us. And so the two best friends in the whole world departed. The evil dragon trembled before Alberto and Galileo for some reason. The old lady's liquor can make people grow very, very large. That was how they accidentally squashed the high walls the previous night as they gazed down the ground far below. They more or less understood how the dragon thought. No wonder it could accidentally destroy the village at its feet. So as long as they could get the dragon to know its people, they could surely come to an understanding. The two friends thus drank all the remaining magic cider, becoming larger than the dragon by a good margin. Reeking of alcohol, they sandwiched the dragon between them and drunkenly tried reasoning with it. The dragon shriveled up in terror. All of its something had fell, aura forever gone. Indeed, it even looked kind of pitiful. Alberto attempted to pick dirt off the scale of the dragon's back, but on the picking off an entire scale, the dragon sought to flee. Galileo, fearing the crisis might persist for 10,000 years more if the misunderstanding was not cleared up, tugged his tail and dragged it right back. To be honest, we've always lived under your feet, but we are far too small, so you may have never seen us. Now you transform and become big, Galileo said. So now surely you must know that we dwell at your feet. Dragon nodded repeatedly, and thus did the two and the dragon chat all night, and believing the goal of mutual understanding achieved, the two set off along the road home.
The signature. So it's true. Empathy is one of the founding virtues of Constellation Metropole, too.
Just as we suspected, all three are the truth.
Okay. Well, this is a lot to process. I feel a little empty inside. Yes, we found the truth, but there's too much truth.
I get you. It's like in Inazuma, when there were only 6 books in the Mirage Warrior series, it was really popular. But by the time book number 88 came out, nobody wanted to read it. They all lost interest.
A brief moment of joy is drowned out by a growing feeling of melancholy. But perhaps there is a glimmer of hope to be found too. Anyone? Anyone? All right, I'll say it. How is it the case that these 3 versions of history can all be true at once?
That's exactly what Paimon was wondering, but Boborano kind of already explained it away earlier, so Paimon was worried she'd look stupid for asking the question.
It's not a stupid question at all, my dear little pixie. While I did postulate that different truths may coexist, there is an issue when it comes to these 3 truths in particular. The problem is, all 3 truths are the history of the exact same thing, namely the dragon and the Metropole's origins. Yet all 3 bear the signature, showing that they're genuine.
Suddenly, the sound of a bell rings out.
The bell! It rang once! What does that mean again? Ah, yes! Highest level of emergency! Everyone to the main entrance! Stat! Bring all the glue traps and place them outside the gates!
The whole city is on the lookout, and there's only one way out. It's the path right in front of you.
Why'd they ring the bell anyway? Also, why is 1 ring the highest level of emergency?
Obviously because you have to respond fast when it's an emergency.
They're outside! After them! Arrest these suspicious individuals and their associate, Albizzi. You're coming with me.
Oh no!
The bell. It rang once. What does that mean again? Ah, yes. Highest level of emergency. Everyone to the main entrance. Stat! Bring all the glue traps and place them outside the gates.
Alright, I'll do it for real.
And there's only one way out. It's the path right in front of you.
Why'd they ring the bell anyway? Why is one ring the...
They're outside. After them.
We made it out. Don't know if we'll still be needing this clockwork key, but I yoinked it out before we ran, just in case.
Okay, but back to the truth problem. There are 3 conflicting versions of the truth, and somehow they're all still true. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I doubt anyone here in Simulanka can make sense of it. All we do know is that any manuscript bearing her signature has to be valid.
Well, she is the goddess of fate, the creator of all this. All these manuscripts are her grand design.
The reason we argued about who was right was that we didn't know enough about the truth of the past. But now we have the truth. So, we just have to accept it. As surely as we will follow the clockwork path designed for us, so is this the course that history has taken. It is clear and incontrovertible.
We will never argue again. Thank you all.
Is that all there is to it? Is this where the decision made at the first crossroads of destiny has led us to? A pointlessly happy ending? Overthinking it would be equally pointless. Well, that's enough for one day. Time to take a break.
Could you be any more cryptic? You're planning something. Paimon knows it.
Whatever happens, today was a breakthrough in my journey of discovery. I will go back and share it with my clan.
Me too.
And me.
Let's leave it there for today, then. I'm sure we'll find out what else Mr. Narrator has planned for us tomorrow.
What a beautiful day, thought the traveler, before she was overcome by a creeping sense of foreboding. The voice in her head grew louder. Must go to Pendulum Lane.
Pendulum versus pendulum.
Pendulum Lane is just up ahead. Something must have happened here after all. Everyone's crowded around.
Oh my god, this is terrible! I don't understand. The 3 great clans of Constellation Metropole have finally made peace with each other. Who could have done this?
What happened? Oh no, someone's lying on the ground. Cappe!
How did this happen?
Captain, you idiot! Wake up! You need to revise your last words or everyone's gonna start suspecting me!
Last words. What did he say?
If I wind up dead one day, the murderer was Boberano.
You could have at least pretended to not remember it.
I'm sorry, Boberano, but this is an interrogation. I have to give the detectives straight answers.
Don't worry, Boberano. I don't consider you a suspect, nor do I have the authority to charge anyone with a crime. So, are you the last people to have had contact with him?
Yeah.
My sincere condolences. You were travel companions, right? It's a real tragedy. I'm afraid he'll be out cold for another hour and a half, at least.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. It's despicable. Hitting someone in the back of the head is the second worst act of cruelty there is. The first being replacing their gear oil with extra strong glue.
So, Cappe's not dead?
His gears, metal frame, and shell are all still in excellent condition.
Perhaps his energy supply that's been all messed up. Wait. But surely you can't be suggesting that just because Cape isn't broken, there's no need to go looking for the culprit.
No! There's a need! Huge need!
Unfortunately, this is rapidly turning into a cold case. There's no evidence and no witnesses. Unless there's an official clockwork pedestal, the goddess of prophecy around here somewhere. Excuse me. Then suddenly the long-lost dragon of old flew across the sky.
Where?
I didn't see anything. Wait, why can't I move?
My mistake. We're just a cloud. Or a bird. Something. If only we could turn time backwards and replay the crime.
One of those, clockwork socket things right behind you?
Ah, so it is. No wonder everyone here is suddenly struggling to move. Traveller, if you please, let's recreate the crime scene.
The crime scene's too chaotic. I can't make heads or tails of it.
You just tripped, what the fuck?
Well, that clears it up. Cape was walking along the street, and he suddenly collapsed. He was faking it.
What? So case closed? Aren't you supposed to investigate a little more first?
Well, we literally replayed the crime scene and saw it with our own eyes. There's no need for any evidence gathering or powers of deduction now. And besides, maybe the truth is inherently strange by nature. Like how Constellation Metropole has 3 histories, each of which is the truth.
But didn't you say Cape was struck in the back of the head and knocked unconscious?
For all I know, he could have bashed his head against a toilet bowl before leaving the house. Then walked here in a daze before finally passing out. As for why he might have done that, my guess is... With the Supreme Clan question left unanswered, and the tension in Constellation Metropole suddenly wiped away, he was looking to create a new source of conflict. Only then would the city feel alive again.
Do we really think he's capable of that, though? Sounds like a pretty complicated conspiracy for the average Simulanka resident.
Traveler, something about the crime scene isn't sitting right with me. It just seems unnatural. Also, anything outside of the immediate area won't have appeared in the replay. Is it possible that something was missing from the scene? Why don't we search the area?
Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, we're gonna head to Cape's house to check the toilet bowl for signs of an impact.
There's a strange potion bottle here. Looks so weird. Let's take it.
You're not from these parts, are you? Just visiting?
Yep, that's right. Why? What's up?
Ah, well, I was gonna offer you a great job in the Titanium mines. A safe and secure working environment.
Doesn't sound very safe. At least not as safe as being a courier.
To keep the Titanium ore intact, we use specially designed pickaxes that can't cut through it. Even if you struck a person with it, it wouldn't so much as leave a scratch. And in terms of labor intensity, the work has been rated as Class 2 physical labor by a reputable organization. Even cats can do it.
I'm not. Never mind. I give up. Welcome to Paimon's world.
Mind you, I don't know what happened today, but somehow a pickaxe has gone missing. Maybe one of the giant guards broke it down, so someone took it to perform a rapid resuscitation procedure.
Sounds pretty brutal for a first aid technique. Still, a missing pickaxe. Huh. Is it just me, Traveler, or does it seem kinda suspicious?
Come here. Whatever it is you were looking to buy, please do come back tomorrow. It's just, I have to close early today. A bottle of growth serum has gone missing. If someone's stolen it with the intention of harming others, the consequences could be disastrous. There's a whole investigation into it, so I gotta close the shop while I do an inventory count. If it turns out I'm wrong and I miscounted, I could be charged with filing a false report and disturbing the peace.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
There's a spear here. It looks so mysterious. Let's take it.
Hello there. Have you seen my spear by any chance? Someone was shouting about a dragon a minute ago, and I instinctively threw it into the sky.
A pickaxe? What is it doing all the way down here? There's gotta be a story behind it. Let's take it.
Let's say one of these was the weapon used in the assault. Which one do you think it is?
If it was the pickaxe, Cafe sure is lucky it's not still lodged in his head.
Actually, you're wrong there, Paimon. The foreman at the mine was just saying, this kind of pickaxe is designed not to damage titanium, so it couldn't cause any superficial damage to residents here. But you could probably knock someone out if you hit them hard enough. And it wouldn't leave a scratch. Let's take this back to the crime scene and replay it one more time.
Ah, you're back. How was the toilet at Cape's house?
Toilet? What about it? Oh, yeah, forget that.
What's this about? What are you trying to say?
We thought the way Cape fell looked odd, so we searched the area for suspicious items and found this. It could have been deliberately placed out of range of the crime scene so it wouldn't show up when we replayed it. Now we've retrieved it, we were gonna replay it again. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I just remembered I forgot to turn off the clockwork switch in my kitchen. Yeah, I think I'll just,
Oh, no, you stay right there.
We should be good now.
What?
So you're the attacker!
So, it was you!
I will congratulate you for cracking the case, but since I did such an abysmal job of covering my tracks, didn't exactly have your work cut out for you. So, All I can say is... Catch me if you can!
We have a runner! That's it! Let me at him!
The would-be Marquis of Carabas dispatched the Necromata in boots, who ran off in pursuit of the poor little minion.
Did you actually do this?
The minion's poor little lower back was protesting painfully against the intense physical activity. He decided to take the elevator, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Really? His lower back asked. But the minion had no other choice. He resolved to make the jump down. By this point, the Necromata in boots was gasping for air. The minion was huffing and puffing, even more louder. But we'll ignore that.
I'm not! Don't underestimate the gold-level courier of the Komania Express!
A characteristically catty response from the Necromata. Tell me, what do you hope to gain from believing me?
Oh.
To let off some steam!
The narrator, the detective.
Ha-ha! You fell into my trap. Oh, and by the way, remember the glue you got stuck on when you first entered the future Marquis supposed to be? Well, that was also me. I did it using my powers.
What?
Rats! Oh, I'm so jealous of you guys right now. You can just jump out of your shoes and keep running, but Wait, I'm wearing boots this time. Yes!
The unnamed minion made a last-ditch escape attempt. He began his long climb, up the wall, the tall wall. He began his long climb up the tall wall.
Do you call that a tall wall? In urgent Neko parcel mode, I'll scale it in.
Beat. I surrender.
You've got nowhere left to run.
All right. I confess.
That was fast.
Getting caught by you here was a backup plan. I don't know if what I've done will make things better or not. Time to come clean. I am the narrator, the one who's been guiding you all this time.
Gasp! Shock! My mind is blown.
You're overdoing it a little bit there. Anyway, I only did what I did because...
Why are you suddenly spilling the beans?
I poured my heart and soul into all this. I was worried you wouldn't ask. The truth is, I was one of the first conscious beings ever made by the goddess of creation. And I've known for a long time that this whole world is just a fairy tale, written by the goddess of fate. I know they say that fairy tales are just made up for kids to read, but I refuse to believe that fairy tales are just fictional stories and nothing more. The reason why Constellation Metropole has 3 origin stories is that the goddess of fate wrote 3 drafts and couldn't decide which one she liked best. Then her cat trod all over them, and they all got crumpled together, so the 3 worlds just sort of folded into one. The goddess of fate was torn between them anyway, since she couldn't decide which ending was best for the dragon or the kids. So when she saw what the cat had done, she simply decided to go with all 3.
Who would have thought? But what does any of this have to do with what you did?
You're not a fictional character, so you couldn't hope to understand my sorrow. Honestly, I don't think there's anyone in all of Simulanka who would understand. Every day that I experience, every interaction I have with another person, is it really all just a work of fiction? The only reason the three great clans wanted to find out the truth was for the pointless task of electing the supreme clan. I thought that once they'd learned the truth, it might make them curious enough to investigate further. But as it turned out, they just accepted it and carried on living the same old lives. I have to motivate them to keep looking for answers now that they think they've learned the truth. I have to make them uncomfortable with the superficial explanation that they took at face value. And I have to figure out, once and for all, while you real people from the outside world are still here, are we real? That's my full confession. Time for you to take me back. I'm guessing I'll probably be forced to make a public apology, then sentenced to half a day in solitary confinement. I definitely deserve half a day. Oh, also, pass this message on to Cape Bobarano and Albizzi if you could. The Great Clockwork Key was originally put in place jointly by the ancestors of the three clans. If the three of them had any ability to cooperate whatsoever, they'd have been able to remove it by themselves. Over all these years, not once have they ever tried removing it together.
Oh, my poor child. There's one thing you've been mistaken about this whole time.
Ah! Whose voice is that? Detective? Was that you? Your voice acting's actually pretty good.
The reason fairy tales are suitable for children is that they help them to understand the world. Fairy tales may be works of fiction, but at their heart lies an internal logic that is undoubtedly real-world truth in a condensed form. Perhaps they simplify good and evil, and perhaps they hide the darkness in metaphors. But let there be no doubt. The world within fairy tales is as real as can be. And by extension, you and your compatriots are also real.
Goddess! Is it really you?
The line that separates footnotes from narrative can never be crossed. Never the two shall meet. This is why you have never heard my voice before. But now you wish to break free from the story. And there's a cat nearby, so you can hear my echo.
Necrolota!
Just your echo.
Oh, poor detective.
So, we are a part of the real world too.
You lead the surrender detective back to Cape. So we need a shot of the crime scene for evidence, a mugshot of the suspect for the records, and a photo of the heroes for posterity. The guard molded over it. 3 photos is overkill. Let's just get one big group photo at the crime scene. Suspect try and look more serious. Heroes more natural, please. Happy smiles. But no smiling from the victim or their friends and family. Thank you. No, don't get up. Stay on the ground. We need to catch the crime scene as a 3, 2, 1, say cheese. Weirdest photo experience of my life.
My head's spinning. I'll
Albizzi just gave me a quick rundown of the situation. So you caught the detective?
Sorta. We chased him until he surrendered. Oh, and he asked us to pass on a message.
Tell the three about the rest of what happened, and that they could have removed the Great Clockwork Key if they had worked together.
Does he really think we didn't try that? Because we did. After 6 months in that place.
Ah, that was my bad. I thought it was a stupid idea at the time, so I didn't really exert myself.
I also sort of stopped trying after 3 years.
You... Never mind. I'm partly to blame as well. On the second attempt, I just hugged the key and pretended like I was pulling as hard as I could.
You guys are so lazy. My granny's neighbor's pet cat has nothing on you, and it spends all day, every day sunbathing.
Anyway, you said you heard the voice of the Goddess of Fate at the end? That's amazing.
There is a world beyond our own after all.
What would you guys say to taking a trip to the outside world sometime? Otherwise, I got bashed in the back of the head for nothing.
Depends. Do either of you know how to get there? But yes, I agree we should go. And not invite the detective, just to annoy him. But maybe the reason we've never worried about whether we're real or not is that, unlike him, we weren't there to witness the creation of this world. We've never had any reason to doubt that we're real. If someone ever convinced me that these delightful dimwits, Cape and Albizzi, weren't real, oh, I'd be devastated.
You know, this is the Marquia Carabas, along with her cat and little fairy. I think we should probably stop this now. Surely it's time that Traveler and I drop these roles. In theory, it should all be over now, but I remember hearing that the point of the ceremony is to help people transition from one mental state to another. To bid farewell to the title of Marquia Carabas once and for all, you can bring things to a close with a touch of formality. As the Nekomata bids farewell to her boots, through the reflection are we wiser to the nature of the truth. What? What the heck am I supposed to do here now? I don't get it. What the heck? That's it? Doesn't do anything? Okay, yes.
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Is this an answer from this world? Yeah! Scatter! Is this an answer from this world? Is this an answer from this world? A reward on the road. Yeah! Skyward!
Welcome, dear guests. I presume you are here to watch the competition. Welcome, in any case, to Rainsong Pond. Come at the right time, but also perhaps wrong. The competition is coming to a close, with only the final, the result of which has already beyond doubt left to take place. Sure, you've heard of Forward and Estomp. They are both leading exponents in the art of jumping, but in my experience, Forward is sure to win. Forward is far better at this than all the other paper frogs, and has won countless championships as a result. He is therefore the undisputed favorite. He has the strongest legs, the most agile mind, the most resolute spirit. Most importantly, he constantly seeks to share his know-how with all other frogs. Stop is, like me, one of the paper frogs learned by watching him. We expect, trust, and believe that he will once again achieve great success. Before the final begins, I'd like to stay and practice a little longer to prepare for the next round of competition. If you do not mind, we could practice together. Perhaps you might even come up with some good ideas to help me jump a little better. So after choosing the paper frog, who will save the princess? First, it's not just about rescuing the princess. Most importantly, that is the contest itself and what it teaches us: self-belief, resolve, bravery. When paper frog understands and embodies such virtues, will emerge as our champion. Come then, dear guests. Let's see if we can feel the virtue inherent in our contest. Come to aid you. Let's do it. Not bad, you're quite good at this. If you have time, I'd be willing to recommend you to our organizing committee. The next time we hold this competition, we will be able to measure ourselves against one another. Still, I shan't take up more of your time until then. The final is about to begin. Guess we will just have to see how good this Forward guy is. He'll blow your socks for sure. Still, he did seem a bit nervous when I saw him recently. He was constantly practicing the most basic moves and then getting annoyed at how he was performing them. But these are the finals. It's normal to get nervous, right? The nerves are expected. That's what I thought, but no, I still believe in him. He doesn't type to give in so easily. I've got to keep practicing myself. If you like, dear guests, please feel free to have a look around. The finals are about to begin though, so be sure you don't miss them. I hope everyone will do the rest today. They won't give up even if they fall into the pond.
Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Greetings, our guests. You don't seem like frogs. Nonetheless, welcome to Rainsong Pond. May your legs be limber. Tell me about the competition. As you've seen and heard, this contest is decided with the frog who's best at jumping. Our contest has got 3 qualifiers, group matches, and elimination matches. Only those who make it through all these can reach the finals. That sounds kind of complicated. It's not complicated at all. Simply step into the arena and clear the challenges lying before you. Dear guests, if this is your fancy, you can also try the balancing contest here. This is meant to test the contest's speed and stability when jumping. I was just about to do some practice here and take part in the next contest, but my skills aren't exactly up to par. I can't jump well enough on my own, which is two people willing to assist me. There's no competition ongoing here. Of course, the competition has already reached the final, so the other venues are now open for practice. Keep practicing, keep jumping, keep competing. That's the way you get better and better. Come on, dear guests, you'll enjoy the bouncing contest too, I guarantee it. Almost there. This game's pretty fun, don't you think? Paimon wants to give it a try too, then be my guest. But Paimon can pose as if she's jumping in the air too, you know. It's pretty much the same anyway. I knew you'd enjoy the balancing contest, but just now, that was just a game. This is a long way off from a real contest. Only the very best of us can take part in the latter. This contest will decide who is best suited to rescue the princess. It's just so exciting. Well, sorry, dear guest. My apologies. I just can't help but ramble on about Forbert. After all, the whole reason we've organized so many contests was to choose a paper frog with the steadiest, furthest, most awe-inspiring jump so that they could rescue the princess. There's still some time before the final match begins, so feel free to take a look around. Orlo will use his booming voice to remind us when the competition is about to begin, so listen out for it and make sure you find good seats. And here it is. Here it comes. My fine ladies and gentlemen, the unparalleled Forbert steps forward to make his leap, and he jumped 3 lotus sleeves and fell into the water. It seems we have a champion, the one who will welcome our Princess Estampe. Congratulations to our... No, Mr. Horlo, I protest. This is ridiculous, absurd even. I shall not accept the title of champion in this manner. Goodness gracious, by the morning dew, come now. You surpass Forbert in front of all frogkind. Forbert slipped up, that's all. He's just not in good form, you know. That will not convince me, nor any other frogs. Paper frogs. Let's give Forbert a moment to himself. We will continue this later. It seems we have guests. Welcome to Rain Song Pond. What can I help you with? We saw a frog make a really awesome leap. And then you must have caught sight of Forbert. He's one of the participants in this contest and the finest jumper in all pond, or so he once was. Contest? Ooh, Paimon gets it. This must be the sort of competition to see who can jump the best. Very sharp of you, young lady. That is exactly the sort of competition we are running. Only the most legendary leaper and skilled skipper may take the crown, thus earning the great burden of rescuing the princess. Huh, sounds pretty cool. Shame we seem to have missed it all, though. Otherwise, I had taken one. What a shame. You've done so well too, Paimon. Why Paimon? Flying doesn't normally involve bouncing, you know. Flying's faster than jumping. It'll be an easy win for you. But wouldn't that be cheating? You're supposed to use your legs to jump. If one of us had to take part, it'd have to be you. Still, Paimon's never seen you jump that far before, except when you were running away from the monsters. In that case, you do well to ask our champion over here for some advice. My apologies, dear guest, and Mr. Horlo, too. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm no champion. But as soon as the lotus stems stand according to the rules, you are its champion. I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. This contest is meant to pick the best of us, the most skilled of jumpers, to go save our princess. This is a matter of the honor of all frog kind. If Forbo's the very best of us, you know this. All of us do. So Forbo was really that impressive? Oh, we've heard a lot of other paper frogs talking about him. Is everything that I say about him true? That's right. Forbo was the best frog in our pond. He could easily bound all the way across 12 lotus leaves and land on the 13th, and he landed so lightly that the dew upon the leaf would not be disturbed. He could even jump between lotus leaves amidst a flowing river and not fall into the water, no matter how fierce the current. So I'm guessing he's not in good form right now. Yeah, he seems kind of down. He looked super sad when he was leaving just now. He's just having a temporary rough patch. That's the only reason he made that mistake. Please, Mr. Horlo, for the sake of the contest and the sake of our calling, I'd like to ask for a rematch. If you deem it necessary, you can consult the opinion of the other frogs. I'm sure they'll concur. Listen, Stomp, I know you're a capital fellow, sharp-minded, upstanding to boot. But did you not see how Forbo's faring? He left without even attempting to make another leap. I'll speak with him. We've trained together all this time, so I know how he feels. He'll understand. For the love of lotus, leaves, and loosened dew. Alright, I'll go with you to meet Forbo. We'll come along too. We're really good at encouraging people, and we're great jumpers too. Have you been secretly training behind Paimon's back or something? I'm just good at making others jump a long way away. I'm both humorous and polite. Thank you for your goodwill. In that case, let us go together. With any luck, that good humor of yours might suit the sword spirit. Pond, protect us. I wonder which shall serve us better, the soft or hard approach. Damn.
Skyward! Scatter!
He's here. Ah, there you are. The war ceremony is over then. That's the opposite, in fact. Both Mr. Horlow and I are both of the opinion that things are far from over. Indeed, I hereby announce in my capacity as referee that you, Mr. Farboard, have one more chance to jump. To maintain the fairness of the competition and to fulfill our duty calling, you must do a re-jump. Dear Mr. Horlow, I, as a contestant, cite the competition rules pertaining to competitive behavior that may bring harm to others, oneself, and one's tribe. I forfeit my second jump attempt. I do not want to disappoint everyone again, nor bring ruin to our calling. This is the only truly responsible course of action. Wow, what a professional answer. He even had the specific clauses handy. He even gave it a touch of emotional appeal. Alright, looks like playing hardball isn't going to work. Oh, Lucent Dew and Lotus Leaves, but you haven't left the venue. I don't understand what you mean to say, dear guest. This is the best place from which to watch the competition unfold. If you really want to give up, you wouldn't have stayed here. Huh. You're right. You can see everything that's going on in the long-distance jumping contest from here. If he really had given up and no longer wanted to have anything to do with the contest, why would he stay? I don't wish to talk about this anymore. I believe I've been clear. Sorry, Estomp, and our two guests as well. He didn't even wait for Pound to finish speaking top way. Hold forward for Pawn's sake. You two should. Hold, Mr. Estomp. I have an idea. So tiring. Hang on a moment. Listen to us, would you? Is there anything else I can help you, dear guest? You saw the terrible state I was in. I admit, I mostly knew what you were going to say the moment I saw you arriving at a stop. My answer is no, and so it'll always be. Look at my ankles. They are not ankles that can carry such a heavy burden. Not ones that can save a princess. A finer pair of ankles I have never seen. Yeah, Paimon hasn't either. But I made a mistake. No, I've been making mistakes all along. Sorry, you too, but I cannot continue competing. Hey, don't go. We just want to tell you one last thing. All Frog's mistake. They just need to learn from them, that's all. Good guess. You do not understand. I initially believed that mistakes were mere drops of dew that fall upon our heads, nothing that could truly knock a froggy down. I was wrong. Perhaps they were never mere drops, but rather more akin to rocks at the bottom of a pond, but it would stuck into the waterbed, or a vent hidden with the muck. You can overlook them, bury them, step over them, or pretend they don't exist, but they will not rest, my friend. They will await their opportunity for a chance to come back to bite you. Please go and let me go too. I am nothing more but a mere lotus head who has all its seeds removed. Even a light breeze would surge through the many holes in my heart and chill me to the bone. I cannot take up the grand burden. This is the voice of my heart. I have let all frogs down, including myself. Still have a retry, you know. Yeah, you got another chance to prove yourself. I do not wish to taste the bitter pain of failure once more. My legs and my heart cannot. Oh, this lotus leaf is moving all of a sudden. What's going on? What? But should have been fixed in place. No, it's moving forward. Please stand firm, dear guest. I'll steer it as best as I can. Wow, this leaf's walking all over the place. We're gonna capsize. Watch out for the water pillars. The leaf won't stand the impact. Don't worry, it's only a short course, and the frogs then stop the leaf. Yeah, this has got to be that. What a close call. Good thing you're here. I've trained here before, so I'm pretty used to it. Alright, we will reach in soon. Wait, those two frogs on the shore, are they... the leaf got knocked away again. Looks like I won't be able to reach the shore for now. Not like that. Oh, I can't control it. Stop freaking out. You're the one who has any chance of really going to capsize. So hard to read. Why are these boys? Ah! I can do this. I can do this. Current feels like it's getting faster. Looks like I'm the only one going to leave it to me, everyone. Hold on tight. I'm gonna hit the cliff. We gotta jump. I'll jump. I want to make it. What? Whoa. As you look at that, forward unyielding, forward bold, he sees the opportunity for a retry and a spectacular leap, spectacular indeed. This is a miracle without precedent. He's the only paper frog ever to leap across this precipice. I knew you had it in you, forward. I believed in you. The lotus leaf that suddenly started moving, that was your doing, wasn't it? It was something that Mr. Horrell and I came up with together. I apologize, dear guest, for hiding this from you. I do it all over again. Alright then, Forbo. Now that everyone has witnessed your great leap, you no longer have any reason to reject the victor's crown. It was a coincidence, a miracle born of circumstances, just one fluke leap. It was only with the aid of these two guests that I was able to do it at all. I'll be honest, we were just having fun drifting alongside you. Exactly, we were just watching on the sidelines. The big jump was all you. Still, our work was in vain, right? And it would have been a waste to stand by and watch such a point. See. Oh yeah. But there's so much, and you trained so hard for so long. It would have been awful if you just given up. Tragic for you and Frogkind. Honor guests, truly, your hearts are purer than the first drop of morning dew. I am sorry, my friend, to have done you such an injustice. You should have been the winner of that match. Oh, come now. You proved that you're the best of us, did you not? Please listen to me. We have many competitions ahead of us, and I'll gladly compete with you 1,000 more times more. But this time, we must put our best frog forward to fetch the princess. That is our calling, and the future of Rain Song rests upon it. Such there's no room for error. Do you understand me? I do. Good forward. That's wonderful. Well, this all seems to have turned out great. We have ourselves a real champion now, don't we? Next up, our champion shall go rescue the princess, and then our calling will be complete. Well, not to interrupt or anything, about that princess of yours. Yeah, so you said a whole bunch about this princess of yours. Retro this, best frog that. Everything's ready. Do you actually know where the princess is? Of course. You're about to go receive and rescue her, for she lives in the tower made of vines and giant trees. Bravest, boldest, most jumpiest frogs may evade the thorns in deep mist, being atop the tower to deliver the princess from her cage. It's a lot of pressure to be putting on someone to the top in one jump. I'll definitely fall down halfway. Come now, forward. Don't be in such a rush to return to pond. Why, we have yet to really even lay eyes upon that tree. Our hard work has paid off. We have located the tower. It's in the kingdom of breezes and bells. Oh, Mr. Horlow, there's not there but forest and flying sparrows. Certainly not a high tower. Are you certain that is our destination? Absolutely. Personally went to inspect that place, the tower. It is so high that you can rarely see the top. There are none, I reckon, who might scale it, apart from us paper frogs. Sounds really impressive. Let me go take a look first, and let's meet in the kingdom. You coming along too? That'll be wonderful. Looks like we've got quite a crowd for our little princess welcome party. Not bad at all. See? Yeah, that things will work out for the best. Make our preparations and set forth for the kingdom breezes and bells. As for you, dear guest, we shall see you there. Ah yes, Mr. Forward, please go to the award ceremony first, would you? It'll take place at the pond. No. That was a long. Oh, I finally finished this one at least.
this world?
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
I'll keep this close.
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward!
A reward on the road. A reward on the road.
Skyward! Scatter!
Yeah. Hup. Yeah.
Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
I don't see it. What the heck?
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah. An impressive bounty. Overruled.
A reward on the road.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
So there's a mission somehow, somewhere here, that I just don't get.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Ha! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
Is this a bug or something? I don't really get it. Oh my god, there's so many of these here. What the heck? I'll just get the treasure chests. Those actually give you something.
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Is this an answer from this book?
Yeah! Yeah! Scatter!
Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
the moon. Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
That's a thing. What? Familiar looking nice raven statue seems to stir memories of an unforgettable summer of adventures in a castle. That's the second one. Familiar looking harpastum seems to stir memories of an unforgettable summer of island adventures. That's the first one. Familiar looking choo-choo card seems to stir memories of an unforgettable summer of adventures in a domain. Not quite sure where this clockwork key came from, but perhaps a citizen of Constellation Metropole secretly stuffed it into your bag. Not quite sure where this toy came from. Perhaps a resident of the Broken Sea secretly stuffed it into your bag. Long, long ago, in an era when the mountains were filled with precious treasures, the stars were joined together in long snakes, and the dreams of night bonding flower. There was a little white stoat, or a white mouse, or a white rabbit, perhaps. Never mind. I can be silent. Who lived in this? Blah blah. I don't want to repeat. This is like so long. Here it is, forest. Oh.
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Hit! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Cha! Yeah! Ha!
I don't get it. Just what is Shelvine thinking? He doesn't even want to talk with me about Shelvine. Hello there, I'm really sorry, but Shelvine is so angry at me and refuses to come out and speak with me. But the wind and sun, I can't reach him down there. What if he withers? What then? Since we're talking about powder flower, we can just scoop him up. I tried, but as long as Shelvine's upset, I can't even get close. Such a stormy mood that I nearly got blown away. Wait, how can being angry blow away someone? It's pretty stormy, alright. That would make it hard to get close, yes. Maybe that's the reason he's so furious at me is because I refused to venture out of him before. So, guys, can I trouble you to check on Shelvine? Perhaps you might even be able to reason. No problem, I'll give it a try. Yeah, we've traveled to so many places, seen so many people, we'll definitely probably be able to convince him. So you can find him in the cabin below this island. Please, if you will head that way. I must tell you, this place up. Find a good place for Shelvine to soak up some sun. Oh, so it's this way. It's calm down. We have something to tell you. Here, the wind finally stopped. Listen to us, please. Penel has something he'd like to tell you. Fine, I'll listen to what you have to say, but before that, look at how shocked the two of you are. I'm sure you're dying to ask, how can a flower speak? Or perhaps, how did you turn into a pot of flower? Do people usually ask that? Outside, yes. Many, after I returned home, nobody has asked. By outside, do you mean outside this world? I've heard that you only became like this after venturing. Well, look, who's so well informed. I suppose Penel must have told you. That's correct. Became like this while I was venturing. To borrow a phrase from that Roselle, this is the change I chose to make. My mind gets changed, but why change to a potted flower? Because you really like plants? Your dreams to become a botanist? Botanist? No, I just want to find my place. There are many people outside this world. Some were chefs, others florists, others teachers. Everyone had found a place that made them feel at ease. That was how they'd all managed to establish themselves in life. Me, all I could do was venture. I had never thought of finding a stable place for myself. This flower pot is your place. Exactly, you catch on quick. As a flower in a pot, I'll always have a place that puts me at ease. But since I've already got myself a pot and a place that belongs to me, why do I still want to go out venturing? I'm a venturer after all. Without venturing, is there anything else of value I can do? I don't get it. The more of the outside world I see, the less I understand between having a place and venturing, which is more important. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. And when I talk with Penel, I always duck his questions. I'm afraid of misleading him. If he loved venturing, would he grow to hate it after seeing me like this? He is my friend, and always will be. I must be honest with him, and I have answered all that he has asked, including the reason I became a flower so I could have a place that made me feel at ease. Perhaps my answer upset him. Or perhaps it's because he doesn't like the way I am now. We are growing apart, but as I am a potted flower, I cannot go out myself. Probably for the best. I'm sure Penel doesn't want to see me anyway. He must be angry with me. Oh, so that's what's going on. You both think the other one's angry with you, and so they aren't willing to meet. What? You mean Penel isn't mad at me? He actually thinks you're the one who's angry at him. You tell Shelvine all about everything Penel is thinking. Skies above, how could I ever think such a thing? I have never wanted to see him upset. Even should the corners of his lips twitch downward, my heart should be utterly shattered. Dear guest, I must ask you to bring me up, I beg of you. I must see him with all haste. I cannot wait another minute. No, not even another second. I was waiting for you to say that, my potted friend. Paimon was waiting for it too. Off you go, traveler. Shelvine, you come. Please listen to me. I've never been mad at you and never wanted to leave you. I was only worried that you didn't want to be friends with me. I know that some adventures change, and I was worried you had too. I prayed to the goddess, but I couldn't find good enough gifts to offer, so she naturally ignored me. No, but no, such a thing could never happen. I'll always be your friend. I apologize to you. I was so focused on my own thoughts that I failed to listen to what you were saying. I assumed you never want to see me again. Seems you cleared up this misunderstanding. Yeah, Paimon thought that you two had some crazy sticking point. Were so super mad you didn't even want to try and understand each other. Definitely was a sticking matter. At least it's come unstuck now. Thank you both, my dear guests. Without you, I'd definitely still be holed up in there, refusing to come out. But now I can finally share what's in my heart with Penel. I am always willing to listen to whatever you have to say, Javine. Whether you should speak of entering or of flower pots is all fine by me. Right, dear guest? Please take these. I get them especially for you. May the goddess bless you. That you may never argue with friends, and that someone will always be willing to listen to your innermost thoughts.
Is this an answer from this world?
Alright, where's that last chest though? What the frick? Why is this like chest so hard to find? Shouldn't it be like a physical object? Oh, I see now.
Is this answer from this world?
Alright, let's try this again.
Skyward!
I can't figure that one out.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! this an answer from this world? Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
What the heck? Letters from my neighbors, my friends, the lighthouse, and the little flower. I'm about to go adventuring with Rosal. Please feel free to use my swing table and stool. I wish you all the best. Your neighbor, Esnor. Oh, wow. Face that can accept me doesn't exist. Should I go?
A reward on the road.
That was weird. Is it deep enough here? What are you doing? God, my friend, you scared the living daylight out of me. I'm looking for the perfect treasure spot. Hiding stuff back in Constellation Metropole always just seemed way too simple. It's fun to give the treasure seeker a bit of challenge as well, no? What happened? The titanium mines collapsed. We were trapped here. There was nothing here but hard titanium all about. On it. We could only dig deeper. I've already blown a path through. Are Are you serious? That's amazing. Put me out though too deep. We can't get back up. Only there was wind to give us a push.
Water jet! Yeah! Skyward!
Wind, there's wind we can send. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A reward on the road.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
A reward on the road.
Alright. I finished all this. Now, what's left for this one?
Yeah! Skyward!
There's the tail. Listen below. Was I supposed to do that first?
Is this an answer from this world?
Yeah! the road.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
A reward on the road. As per our contract. Just what will we... I'll keep this close. A reward on the road. Yeah. Scatter. Yeah. Skyward. Scatter.
Not sure where that one is.
Yeah. Skyward. Scatter. A reward on the road. Yeah. Skyward. Scatter. Yeah. Scatter.
Skyward! Scatter! Scatter! Skyward!
Can't figure out what to do for these ones.
Skyward! Scatter!
Please wait here a moment. I will introduce the trial for you, as well as a few things that you'll need to watch out for. Wow, Her Highness sure is a decisive decision maker, huh? So that's a true prince for you. I declared I accept the trial quite suddenly, but your highness didn't seem quite particularly surprised. Oh, perhaps my introduction seemed a little too forthcoming. My apologies. In truth, there have been many squirrels who, like you, have suddenly turned up and declared their intention to undergo the trials. I'm already accustomed to receiving such candidates. At least there were many before the dragon attacked the kingdom. You said it was to retrieve a relic. Is it being kept somewhere dangerous? It is indeed. As I mentioned, not long ago a giant dragon passed through our kingdom. We tried our best to drive it away, but before leaving, it trampled both trial ground and the sacred site where the relic was kept to smithereens. Our original stable trial environment is now very different from the way it used to be. The wind currents have become unpredictable, causing a dramatic increase in the difficulty of some trial stages. After the environment changed so drastically, some candidates who could have easily passed the first few stages now find even the very first stage too challenging. But from another perspective, the current trial is actually a better test of candidates' true strength, so it should better help us choose a strong guardian of the kingdom. I'm pretty strong. Paimon too. Well, if that's truly the case, let's get straight to it. Allow me to introduce the trial for you. Simply put, in this trial, the kingdoms have helped your squirrel companion fly in the right direction by guiding them along the wind currents. Don't worry, it isn't complicated. All you have to do is observe the direction of the currents and make decisions accordingly. Of course, you need not worry about the issue of direction. In this kingdom, no one can stop me from flying wherever I will. Right, let's begin. Please make sure you're ready. Looks like you work well together. Your judgment are most precise. Oh shit. Alright, let's try again. I highlight the final trial. Prepare yourself. Magnus, you're amazing. You flew past so easily. Your ability to judge the wind's current was also remarkable. It seems you are worthy to undergo the trial after all. Let us make haste to the site where the relic's being kept. Hopefully you won't have another run-in with that dragon. I am a voice, but not life. Huh, what was that? It sounded like someone's voice. Traveler, did you hear that? Definitely heard it, but I have no idea what it meant. Well, the princess is way ahead. Let's forget about that for now and catch up with her first. Iron is uninhabitable and there is no place to stand within eternity. The door is shut tight. You can hear something from within. So this is where the relic was being kept. These footprints are massive. Dragons must be huge. Perhaps driving the dragon away, we also drove it into a rage. That dragon is actually... Tell the story of the dragon the princess met in its entirety, sparing no detail. Such a thing be truly unexpected. This time, I was too panicked, so I just gave the order to drive him away. Had we the chance to calmly speak with one another, perhaps... Never mind. So it's done. Let's focus on the problem at hand. As for that dragon, once all our problem has been resolved, I shall visit him personally. Now, let us focus on the relic. The relic is down there. Pass the trial and you may claim it. Paimon thought the relic would be protected by some kind of seal or guard or something. It looks like it's just lying there. It doesn't seem like anything's stopping someone from just taking it. Just a hop and a step away. What you say is correct. The relic does indeed have a seal, namely the trial that you have seen. According to the kingdom's records, one must pass the trial in order to retrieve the relic. Conversely, if it is taken by someone who has not yet passed the trial, it will lose its meaning as a relic. Thus, even I must pass the entire trial to retrieve the true relic. Be both a trial and a challenger to do so. While satisfying these two conditions, the best case scenario is that we be walking away with a useless lump of stone. The best case scenario, does that mean the worst case could happen to you? Those who act in defiance of the rule shall be cursed. Cursed? In that case, let's just go ahead and accept the trial. Perhaps the furious flowers over there could be some use. I didn't expect you to be able to judge the wind currents so accurately. If you were flying squares like I am, navigating those wind currents posed you no challenge. Of that I'm certain. My one's a natural when it comes to flying. That's so. I'm glad to hear that, because you two are the most guarded like Canada's ever seen. Then let's continue. The current wind current is just right. No problem. Everything's going great. Maybe we're the guardians that Her Highness has been looking for. Your Highness was outstanding too. You're very kind word. I had in fact passed the trial many times before the dragon destroyed the sacred site. Purely in terms of flying ability, I am confident no other squirrel is my equal. Previous candidates on even the first few stages too difficult. Huh? But your Highness has already passed the trial. How come you didn't take the relic? Fortunately, the relic has yet to acknowledge me. So even guardians require the relic's acknowledgement. Why does a relic get to call the shots? That I do not know. Perhaps it died and passed the trial. Surely there aren't any hidden stages. All I know is that the relic has never lit up for me, but you, not only have you come precisely at our kingdom's hour of need, but your capabilities are undeniable. That is why I believe you will earn the relic's acknowledgement. Let us continue. The final stage of trial awaits. Appears we have someone uninvited guests. My trouble too to kindly move them from the premise. In fact, I fear to leave. Truly, both of you are exceptionally skilled. Something's wrong with the furious flowers. Very well, then I shall complete this part on my own. Save as ensure the movement of honor do not invite themselves. Here we go. Next one was accept the relic's judgment. We passed. Traveler, we're guardians now. So is this the relics that's used to acknowledge new guardians? Huh? There's something carved onto it, like a line of text maybe? Let Parma take a closer look. Story follows rules, unfolding in cyclical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Parma doesn't get it. Do you get it, Traveler? Probably some roundabout way of cheering us on. It's probably meant to encourage challengers. Those words have always been there. Even I do not know their origin. I sense that they may hold some great significance for the kingdom, but I have yet to grasp their meaning. Whatever the case, given your performance in trial, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the title of guardian that I have ever met. Your abilities and judgment are beyond question. Meeting you at a time like this is truly a blessing for our kingdom. Now that you retrieve the relic, we may hold the ceremony right away. I'm fully confident that your courage and abilities will have won you your relic's respect. You flatter me, Your Highness. It's nothing. We're just glad we can help you, Your Highness. Oh, when did you guys get here? Parma didn't notice you arrived. We flew over, of course. We were among the best flyers around when we were young. You know, how else would we have been able to serve the princess? Never just squirrel by its appearance. Well, I never. A visitor turning up in our time of crisis, a guardian emerging from the trials victorious. The relic in our possession intact and unharmed. Your Highness, everything is exactly as the legend said. It seems that our kingdom finally has a future to look forward to. We shall find out soon enough. Well, please place your hand upon the relic, let it light up, and proclaim that you are henceforth the guardian of the kingdom. Do you think it's not bright enough? Probably take a look. Maybe it's been just so long it just can't light up anymore. Kind of like how candles have been lying around too long will burn very brightly. How could that be? All the details match the relic still. And it's whatever the case, at least the relic's in our hands. Even our guesses fail to be acknowledged by... No. Your Highness? Place the relic to one side. It is my kingdom for which the challenges have come. Therefore, it is I who must acknowledge them. Your Highness, but no ruler of our kingdom has ever taken upon themselves to acknowledge a guardian. Let us create a precedent for the future rulers to follow. Traveler, Paimon, come forward. Princess of Kingdom of Breezes and Bells, I hereby declare that Traveler and Paimon shall henceforth be recognized as the Kingdom's Paladins of Breezes and Bells. It is my honor, Your Highness. Hooray, Paladin of Breezes and Bells. It's such a cool title. Definitely cooler than just being any old guardian. But surely that means we still haven't found our guardian. And if that is so, then we won't be able to fulfill our calling? If we fulfill our calling, we will no longer have a future to look forward to, just like the kingdoms that came before us. Fret not, I'll find a way. Speaking of choosing guardian, they're currently choosing a champion over at Rainsong Pond. You mean that forward who could jump super high? You're right. The whole reason they held the contest was to find a champion to come rescue the princess. Although it doesn't seem like the princess needs saving, if you're looking for a super strong champion to win your contest, you just so happen to have one. In fact, there's bound to be heaps of potential champions over there. By contest you mean trial, and by champion you mean guardian. What an extraordinary coincidence. Though our trials doesn't really have anything to do with jumping, still from what you've said, it sounds like they found the strongest candidate to complete their calling. It seems the trip over to Rainsong Pond is over. Thank you for informing me. Wait, but Your Highness, they're all paper frogs over there. They're nothing like us. They're not... So what? A guardian's most vital asset is what is in their heart, not their appearance. Ministers, you're to stay and look after the kingdom while I'm gone. I'll go to Rainsong Pond myself. My loyal paladin, I hope that the champion over at Rainsong Pond is as fearless and skilled as you are. Well, skill is certainly accurate, but as for fearless, that remains to be seen. Oh, you mean to say that this champion over there is actually a sheep in wolf's clothing? That's all the more reason to go meet him in person. Right, that's settled then. Oh, and if I'm going to over to Rainsong Pond, perhaps I better bring some gifts.
I'll keep this close.
Oh, now what the frick did I go? Thank you, Princess Smith asked us to come meet her again after some time had passed so we could set forth in search of the kingdom's future. I wonder if she's finally here that the relic would acknowledge that. Let's go pay her a visit. So we're all completely stumped. Looks like I'm here now too. Oh, it's you. Such relief that you've come. Thank you for coming, my honorable paladin. We seem to have run into a rather peculiar problem. Peculiar problem? Oh, don't tell Paimon that the relic hasn't acknowledged Mr. Forward either. The problem was only that I had been acknowledged guardian. That would actually be simpler. How to put this? Mr. Forward was indeed the champion jumper. That much is indisputable. The trial he passed was Rainsong Pond's jumping contest, and when he was acknowledged as champion, it was a committee that declared him so. It's true that Her Highness resides in a tall tower, and that in this kingdom does indeed have its own series of arduous trials, but she clearly isn't trapped, much less needs me to jump up and rescue her. In those trials, no matter how good I was at jumping, I'd never be able to pass them. They just aren't designed for paper frogs. On paper he seemed like a perfect candidate, but the details just didn't work out. What are we to do? We can't complete our calling. You were talking about this calling of yours, and Mr. Forward mentioned it too. What exactly is it, if you haven't found the guardian princess you're looking for? Well, don't you just keep looking? Even if you don't find him right this instant, it's not like this place is going to vanish into thin air. Our kingdom exists for its calling. It is the only way we can save it. Likewise, the residents of Rainsong Pond have sacrificed so much, and are continuing to sacrifice for that princess who's nowhere to be found. Generation after generation of champions have quietly aged away, all memory of the deeds fading away into oblivion. Mr. Horlow has... What the? Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh? Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Mr. Harlow has spoken to these brave ones before. Weighed down by the burden of unrealized ambition, they are left with no other choice but to end their days in obscurity. Such a fate is crueler than the fall of a kingdom. Horrible, we talked about this before. You said you were going to reconsider it, and now you must have faith in our champion. Our champion will not back down. If I were perched on a lotus leaf and suddenly found myself drifting away with the current, I would do my best to make sure it didn't capsize in the middle of the river. Now that I carry the lotus headbangle, I cannot shirk my duty. This has nothing to do with my courage, Mr. Horlow, just duty. Paimon knew our lotus leaf rafting experience was a complete waste of time, spoken like a true champion. But if I do end up going overboard, you have to call for a snap. He'd definitely be better at this than I am. He's a real champion when it comes down to it, so why have I ended up being the one on the lotus leaf? It looks like we still have to go rafting a few more times. You sure are one unique champion. No matter how hard you try, you're always convinced you're going to fail. You really needn't worry. After all, not only did you come here entirely of your own accord, but you had the courage to shoulder great responsibility. You're brave enough to make a choice and boldly follow through with it. At least in my eye, you are no less than any flying squirrel. Your Highness, thank you for your praise and for your trust. Besides, I'm already on this lotus leaf, so I can't get off now anyway. Well, anyway, now that we have the backing of so many strong fighters, I think it's high time we headed into the Cave of Eerie Murmurs to see what lurks in its depths. Saborn, Sufash, there's no use trying to stop me. After all, when have you ever succeeded in holding me back? Come on, lighten up. This is the last clue we need to save the kingdom. But not a single princess that's gone to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs have ever come back out again. If there's nothing in the Cave of Eerie Murmurs, what does it matter whether I return or not? On the other hand, if there really is a clue to the salvation of the kingdoms in there, then even if I were to be trapped inside, that wouldn't be such a bad thing, would it? What kind of place is this Cave of Eerie Murmurs anyway, and why does your Highness sound so serious? Oh, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Simply put, it's where those princesses of the past kingdom searched for the answer. Even until the day their kingdoms vanished utterly, those princes were never seen again. Huh? But never seen again? You sure you don't mean the case all of them alive? There isn't a single flying squirrel that knows, but we'll find out soon enough. To be safe, I'll bring the relic along with us. Who knows, it might just come in handy. Alright everyone, let's go. Given that one of you is an expert flyer and the other is a champion jumper, I trust you'll both be able to keep up with me. Oh, Her Highness has flown off already. Let's catch up, traveler. The princess take us to Cave of Eerie Murmurs before, but I'm sure she heard a strange voice while we were there. Just to let you guys know, us paper frogs are very good at jumping in caves. Don't worry, Mr. Forbo. Paimon might have just been hearing things. I am a voice, but a voice is not life. Interaction is born of contradictions, only introduction dialogue. There it is again. No fear, these voices will not harm us. They're simply lamenting their own past. Lamenting the past? Are these the princess's voice? Besides, both princes and princes, what they have in common is they are all voices from fallen kingdoms. They came in search of answers but found nothing. All they could do was just stay and lament their fate in vain. You know this place well. You must have come here many times before. Show great intuition, as one would expect of a paladin. That is correct. I have come here often since my ancestry. After all, compared to all those princes and princesses from the past, there's nothing special about me at all. It was wishful thinking, indeed, for me to have imagined that a miracle might suddenly happen and that I find our true guardian just like that. But for the sake of my kingdom, I had to keep searching for a way to find my calling. I cannot simply stand by and watch it fade away, so I looked everywhere but found nothing. Finally, though, I narrowed down my search to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs, but because this cave has never been thoroughly investigated, and so as not to drive Saborn and Sufash sick before we are cause the voices to go hoarse, I have never entered the Cave of Eerie Murmurs itself. Now, for the future of the kingdom, all our age champions, I have no choice but to go in. Don't be afraid, your highness. Not only do you have the super strong traveler and the champion jumper Mr. Forbo to back you up, but also the seasoned floater Paimon too. No matter what happens, we'll make sure you stay safe, right, traveler, Mr. Forbo? At your service, your highness. We've got your back, I think. I mean, we've hopefully got your back. Seriously, caves really aren't designed for jumping in. Sorry, Mr. Champion. We still have plenty of time to prepare. After all, we need to figure out how to get into this cave first. Alright. Perhaps this might come in handy. Try to open the door. You need a flyer and a jumper. Amazing. The door opened? Come on, everyone, let's enter. It's so chilly around here. Such a strange vibe. I'm just glad we haven't seen anything weird. Wait a sec, what's that carved on the wall over there? Looks like a story. What's it about? After setting up the trial herself, the princess awaited her guardian within the kingdom. I think I recall this story from the kingdom's records. The legend is said that despite the passing of much time, still there came no sign of a guardian, and it seemed that the kingdom's resources would soon run dry. The princess, whose name was Celia, therefore made a decision. She let the kingdom's people fall into a deep slumber and sealed off all its land except their tower, where she alone remained to await the coming of the guardian. What became of this princess? The guardian that she awaited never came. In the end, she is said to have come to the cave of Eerie Murmurs alone, then vanished from the world without a trace. It is true that this princess showed great courage, but I cannot say that I agree with her approach. As I see it, by deciding to simply wait there while her people slept in blissful ignorance, she consigned her kingdom to an unknown fate. Instead, she should have taken the initiative by calling upon her people to unite as one, seeking out this guardian together. She had done this even though all their effort had turned out to be vain. At least she would have known that she had done all she could. It's just as the last line of the story says. Stories follow rules, unfolding in cyclical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Your Highness, it hasn't come to that yet. Yeah, come on, there's still hope. And who knows, there might be some important clues left for us to find. Forgive me, I seem to have gone a little carried away. Anyway, let's keep searching. Looking around, it seems like we haven't completed trials in the Cave of Eerie Murmurs yet. Beginning the Cave of Eerie Murmurs feels completely different from how Prime imagined it. Stand guard, everyone. Let's proceed slowly. Y'all going too fast. Lotus leaves and dewdrops. Why has this story been carved on the wall? What is it? Someone's carved a story here that goes, once upon a time there was a paper frog who wished he had a pair of wings. Prayed to the gods who told him that if he could jump higher than all the other frogs, he would have his wings. Wait a sec, he could already jump higher than all the other frogs. Why would he need wings? Maybe just hyperbole. No, this champion's name is actually recorded in the committee's register. The paper frog, whose name was Cibrellus, once won the championship 7 times in a row. No frog was his equal. His symbol was a pair of wings made out of lotus leaves. They named him Winged Cibrellus 7 times in a row. I haven't heard you won the championship many times in a row too, Mr. Horrible. Me? Yes, I won it 7 times. And that's down 6. But I'd be no match for this champion. Back in those days, they had to figure it all out themselves without any experience to go on. My generation frogs have jumped higher than others is merely by jumping up from the shoulders of giants. There he goes again, putting himself down as usual. So what happened to that champion? This I do not know. According to the committee's record, in the last jumping contest that he ever took part in, Cibrellus came second. Second, so that means, indeed, it does. Given that he no longer felt up to the task of rescuing the princess, Cibrellus announced his retirement there and then. He told his friends that the jumping contest no longer held any meaning for him, and that unless he recovered its meaning someday, he would never again compete. That day, for not once has his name ever mentioned in the records of Rainsong Pond. Like the princes and princesses, there was a point in time after which this champion simply vanished from the world. That's right. Oh no, this story doesn't seem like a promising omen. Hold on a minute. The last line of the story is also stories follow rules unfolding a cyclical path. Each should follow its own course. Why does this line keep reappearing? We better complete the rest of the trials first. Yes, you're right. Let's focus on the puzzle before us. Wonder where it will lead us in the end. What's all this in here? Looks like the cave has no intention of just giving us the answer, but rather plans on testing us. The road to success is never straight, huh? Trial, let's do it. I'm a bit tired. I'll leave this one to you. I am actually tired. I am truly sorry to put you through all this, my paladin, but this is the last step. Please lend us your strength. Prime is so exhausted. She feels like she can barely float. Seeing as it's Her Highness asking, let's give it all we got, traveler. Thank you. Then let's go take a look at this final trial. Look at me, team is strong. And this chest coming. Oh man, make a great team. Thanks, I didn't drag you down. When did this thing come here? Hey, that means we must pass trial, huh? That went pretty smoothly. Who's queen of trials now? That's right, discount. You're in such good shape. If only I was as talented as you are. Huh? Did you hear that? Stories follow rules unfolding cyclical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Once upon a time, there was a paper frog who wished he had a pair of wings. He prayed to the gods who told him that if he could jump higher than all the other frogs, he would have his wings. Long ago, there was a princess who personally set up a trial in the kingdom. She waited and waited and waited. Oh, guardian, where art thou? Eat, the paper's talking. In this world, that's not really that weird. Another paper frog just like me, another useless champion squandered years, and a pair of worthless withered wings. Wait, surely you can't be. I'm an evaporated dewdrop, a pair of wings too weak for flight. The name Sibyllus is no longer one I am fit to bear. It's a great honor to meet you, Your Highness Princess Celia. It is an honor to meet you too, Your Highness. You yet another stranger, another princess. So I was guessing there the champion princess mentioned the story on the wall. They just look like two manuscripts. It's an honor to meet you both. You have resided in this cave for a long time now, so you should know why we're here. Your Highness, have you found the answer you're looking for? Where's the guardian we're looking for? Your champion, where's the princess that us paper frogs are supposed to save? We shall go back. There are no answers here, only question after question. No river awaits, and the lotus leaves do not exist for us. The pawn never seen victories, laurel, nor princess. Stories follow rules, unfolding it in cyclical patterns. Such a futile expectation. When will this cycle end? Keep waiting, keep waiting. There are no answers here, only question after question. The pen that wrote these words has not alighted back upon the page, yet the ink of fate has long dried up. Neither the guardian nor the period that marks the end shall appear. Thus it has always been until now. But each should follow its own course. This is destiny's inexplicable hope. When will the path ahead reveal itself? Why are they talking about promises again? Whatever it sounds, it doesn't sound too promising. I might as well have said nothing. Huh? But why? No river waits and the lotus leaves do not exist for us. That makes it sound like the rain song pawn is already. Neither the guardian nor the period that marks the end shall appear. Anyway, we shouldn't jump to conclusions too soon. We haven't even completed the trial yet. Alright, giving up before the contest even ended seems like a bad etiquette indeed. Let's take care of these trials first. Let's stay positive. Maybe it'll be a pleasant surprise waiting for us. It seems like past the trials, right? Past trials, but nothing seems to have happened. I brought the relic, but it hasn't reacted at all. I really meant to just keep waiting here, but what exactly are we waiting for? It's not like some kind of god's gonna suddenly swoop down and tell us what to do, is it? What we're willing to do is wait. All we can do is wait. Meaning lies in waiting, the future lies unknown. When did they appear, insisting that we wait like them? That. What are we even waiting for? Perhaps they do not know either, which is why they've been waiting all this time, so long that they turn to manuscripts. We are echoes with nowhere to return, existence that do not exist, unfinished chapters of blank paper, as are you. Together, let us go back to where we belong. Stories follow rules, unfolding cyclical patterns, each follow its own course. Hey, you. Piles of rotten paper, why do you just keep telling us to wait? Your Highness, waiting will get us nowhere. Haha, so that's it. I knew I was in the wrong place. Your Highness, Princess Celia, I have my answer. To the rest of you, it is time for us to part ways. Thank you all for everything you have done. Now it is clear to me that the answer lies not in the cave of eerie murmurs. When I first arrived, I was afraid I have to pay a heavy price to find a way to save the kingdom here. In the end, the cave of eerie murmurs holds nothing more than a pile of old manuscripts deceiving themselves by waiting. It is a great relief to know that hope still lies elsewhere. The future lies unknown, meaning lies in waiting. No, Your Highness, meaning lies in the unknown. Waiting leads only to waiting. I most certainly will not save the kingdom using such a method. If the guardian does not come, I will go in search of them. If I cannot find them in my kingdom, I will search the rest of the world instead. If they are not to be found in this world, then I shall keep searching beyond it, even if my kingdom is destined to fall. I wish to witness its final moments when its ending is written. Such blindness, such impetuosity, such frivolity, such ignorance, such superficiality, such impatience. Say what you will, but as you yourselves just put it, stories follow rules, unfolding cyclical patterns where each should follow its own course. If your path lies here in endless waiting, then mine lies instead on the road ahead. Can I say something? If you were to deem us susceptible, I would like to go along with you, Your Highness, too. Well, someone seems pretty motivated all of a sudden. After all, if I could help Your Highness find your guardian, that could also be interpreting us saving the princess. I'm the champion Rainsong Pawn. Even if I do it for Rainsong Pawn, I must continue to fulfill my duty. If you are willing to help, then on behalf of the entire kingdom of breezes and bells, I thank you. That is most alright. I'll of course still have to ask the committee's opinion, especially Horlo and Estomp. As you know, I always seem to cause trouble. We believe in you, our champion of champions. Great, so what's next? Well, Your Highness, the relic's next to you. It's lighting up. Whoa! Censored. You start flying just like that, huh? How come the relic's lit up? So that's what each should follow its own course meant. Her Highness seems to have figured something out that Paimon hasn't. Sounds to me like it's saying we first need to find a lotus leaf of our own, then drift along it down river. Has the owner of the relic ever considered what would happen if we fell into the water en route? We'd have to climb back out again and prove our courage by overcoming adversity just like you did in the past. Did I? Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I believe all I proved was that I'm not made for competing. Our Highness, it's Our Highness, hello? Look, Her Highness is flying along with a bunch of people and frogs. Do you think she's found a guardian? Look, our relic is shining up ahead. Our guardian's coming. It's wonderful news. We can finally fly around without having to worry. Hope lies ahead. Our future lies outside. Meaning lies beyond the end of the sentence. Courage lies in dialogue, survival and returning, meaning and seeking. Hey, isn't that our champion? Hey, Forward. Forward's flying. He's incredible. Look over here, Mr. Champion. Give us a wave of your champion feet. The good fellow's blushing. Let's not embarrass him any longer. Bon voyage, Forward. Oh, so that's what's happened. Fascinating. Stories follow rules, unfolding cyclical patterns, but each should follow its own course. Well, may all of you find your own way forward. farewell. Oh, my leg. It's still on the ground. I can barely feel it anymore. All 4 of your feet are still firmly on the ground, Mr. Champion, and they're in better condition than any of us are. Those princesses from the past, they seem to have left too. I hope that they'll never return to the Cave of Eerie Murmurs. Seems our trip to Cave of Eerie Murmurs isn't for nothing after all. That relic lit up. There's hope for your Highness' kingdom again. That is indeed so. The fact that the relic has lit up means that it has found a guardian worthy of acknowledgement. It seems that the guardian that the relic was looking for was not a valiant warrior in the usual sense. A true guardian who is worthy of acknowledgement is one who always follows their heart, someone who pushes forward relentlessly in spite of their fear. It turns out this relic, which we've been treating like the problem, was actually the answer all along. Those manuscripts that were waiting in the cave, they've been waiting for their path to appear, waiting all this time, but waiting leads only to more waiting. No one can find a solution to a problem simply by searching within the problem itself. You wouldn't be able to pick a leaf from a tree if you're standing on the leaf itself. Sounds complicated. Paimon's feeling dizzy now. Anyway, none of them were acknowledged by the relic as guardians. Your Highness and Mr. Forber were, though. So now the relic is lit up and we found our guardian. Doesn't that mean that the problem's solved, Your Highness? Well, you could say that. But I still haven't managed to figure out exactly why it lit up. It looks like Sabor and Sufash will be doing some more research for me. Oh, now the guardian's been chosen. Doesn't that mean the relic's trial has lost its meaning too? Be ashamed to tear it all down. I still like to have another go or two. No, I'll keep the trial place, but it'll now be used to train guardians rather than to choose them. If every flying squirrel were to become a guardian someday, then no matter what difficulties the kingdom of breezes and bells face, we could overcome them together. I've been waiting to do this for a long, long time. Just a pity that the relic refused to light up sooner. And that suborn Sufash stood in my way. Now that I've been acknowledged by the relic, I shall do whatever I wish. That's why you're the princess, Your Highness. No, Her Highness shall not be guardian princess of the kingdom of breezes and bells. Your Highness, it would be alright if I took part in training in your kingdom. You're really up for anything now, huh? No. Didn't you hear that sound just now? That voice was speaking. The straddle of his face to serve the princess mess and fulfill her calling. Whose voice was it? It was the same as the voice of the manuscript that claimed to be Cerberus in the cave of Eerie Murmurs. Surely the great champ himself doesn't actually believe that I can fulfill Rain Song Pawn's calling. But Princess Semest doesn't need me to save her anything. I'm the one who needs her help. So you told me you could do it? No, I didn't. Or rather, he had no intention of hearing my opinion anyway. But seeing as it's for the calling of Rain Song Pawn, what choice do I have? You're saying you would like to undergo the trial. Then of course you're welcome to. I couldn't be more delighted to hear that the champion Rain Song Pawn is willing to serve in my kingdom. Besides, I had plans to travel far away in the future, and I was actually just about to invite you to come along with me. After all, there are bound to be places in the world where the wind doesn't blow when that time comes. Rather rely on those champion legs of yours. Really? Then I'll try my best to not make any mistakes. Though I've never tried jumping with anyone riding on my back before, then you'll have to train harder from now on. And the two of you, thank you for all the help you've given me in my kingdom. There are still so many mysteries yet to be solved. Why did we need to find our guardian? And why would a kingdom fall into decay by itself? And why would Rainsong Pawn have such a calling? But at least the kingdom has been saved, so now I have more time to contemplate these questions. Traveler, don't you think that those manuscripts in Cave of Eerie Murmurs seem to be related to a story you heard before? That legend Neely told us about the goddess of fate who used ink to compose her stories. Do you know something about all this? Well, it's a long, complicated... Well, actually, it's not that long, complicated story. So it's the horrible story of the goddess of fate. So basically, everything we've been through is a story written by the goddess of fate. Alright, now we really become curious in the story. Seeing as the goddess wrote us in, why didn't she give us an ending? First those poor souls in the cave, now us. We've been all through so much. So must mean it was also the goddess of fate who came up with that line, stories follow rules, unfolding in cyclical patterns where each follows its own course. I need some time to think about these matters more deeply. My Lord Paladin, please take these gifts as a token of gratitude. These are the only treasures I brought with me. If you have time, please come visit the Kingdom of Breeze and Bells again. I believe that you may have some questions for me, but first I must rest while on think hard. Alright.
A reward on the road.
I gotta go visit her. This is not the one. Oh, apparently her name was Shime and became Semest. Where is this stupid kingdom?
Skyward! Scatter!
Supposed to be here.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah, skyward!
Hit!
Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah, skyward! Scatter! Yeah, skyward! Scatter! Yeah, skyward! Scatter!
World Quest.
Gonna do these first. See if that helps reload it. And then there's a video guide as well.
Skyward!
past. Thank you for
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward!
A reward on the road.
Alright, where's that video guide?
Forest of Blessings. You can find all the links in the description. Awarded a chest. Now you are ready to follow the chest collection video in
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
Isn't this where they're supposed to be? The fuck?
And all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity. Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Time-limited world quest. At the end of this, you will also be rewarded a chest. Now,
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
What happened? What the heck? There they are. Oh my god. Fucking took forever. Your Excellencies, I welcome you on behalf of the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells. What do you do next? Well, first I shall announce to all people that the relic has passed judgment. Guardian will be Mr. Forabor, who has come here from afar. Huh? Why would you do that? Trying to explain everything we've been through would be far too complicated. Besides, it would take too long for them to grasp the concept of me being both a princess and a guardian at the same time. If the time is right, I'll make a detailed record of all that happened and then inform my people in writing. But until then, I'll still preside over all the affairs in the kingdom as its princess. Once those trials grounds have been officially converted into training grounds, I'll set off. What are you going to do? Your Highness, do you still remember who the relic actually lit up for back in the cave? Who it actually lit up for? Yes, as we were both next to it at the time, of course. I feel he deserves to be acknowledged, but on the other hand, you're a champion who's been acknowledged by a champion. Exactly, and that champion came specifically to ask for your help. How could you possibly still think you're unworthy? Maybe it's simply that you shine so brightly, Your Highness, that everyone was mistaken. Well then, Mr. Champion, would you be willing to undergo another trial? I, Princess Semessa of the Kingdom of Breezes and Bells, shall personally bear witness to your deeds with this relic. Of course I do. I do. Hold your horses. My ears, it burns. He gets so excited when he hears the prince's name. Horrible. Don't get me wrong, I'm doing this to fulfill the calling of the Rainsong Pond. All that training I did, it was all to save protect Her Highness. Such important tasks, so I naturally must ensure that all goes without a hitch. We're only traveled together with Her Highness. I am. That's good to hear. Well then, Mr. Champion Forbo, are you ready for my trial? I am, Your Highness. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Oh, the relic's lit up again. It's super bright this time. What's that? Where have you been? No, actually, I was strolling about the area and had to go that trial. It was fun, but I had to adopt a slightly different approach to pass it. Mr. Horlo had filled me in on everything that has happened to you. Not bad, Mr. Guardian. Turns out you're pretty talented after all, eh? If you'd been sitting next to me, I'd push you off. I tell you, I'd have pushed you off 10 times if I had a chance. Hence why I decided to take part in the trial instead. Poor about my friend. I always believed you could do it, and look, you did it. You're jolly good fellows, both of you. Today's an auspicious day for our pond. I'm a true champion, though Mr. Forbo hasn't saved the princess yet. I believe that his chance will come. But I really didn't do anything, Mr. Horlo. Other than standing by and watching as Her Highness did all the heavy lifting. Isn't that even better? Surely you didn't want the princess to be in danger. That's kind enough, Mr. Forbo. You were entrusted to fulfill the calling by Sibrillus himself. Oh, pish posh. I'm not even sure if it was Sibrillus. After all, I've only ever heard of him. Never heard him speak. He even accepted the princess's trial. You're a champion if ever there was one. Can we just not talk about this right now, please? When you sum up, the future of Rainsong Pond is now in your capable hands. Now you can simply enjoy jumping for a jump, being its own sake. When I get back, as suggested, the committee to make fun the focus going forward. That sounds like a proposal I'd be willing to get behind. On that note, let's head back. Hey, don't leave me here. Hope you end up here with our knowledge of Guardians, Your Highness. Unbelievable, unheard of. There is simply no precedent for this. And you have to make changes to the trial too. No, don't do this, Your Highness. You can't simply overhaul such an ancient tradition on a whim, Your Highness. Alright, keep your voices down. My ears are starting to hurt. All been cited already. Now give an eye and vote Princess and a Guardian who has been acknowledged by the relic. You're in even less position to stop me. But, Your Highness, both of you may relax. I'll host the ceremony train up hosts of reliable flying squirrels to defend the kingdom. Only after that will I leave the kingdom. Your Highness, me, you. Don't worry, you two, I can take care of myself. As Princess in the end, it is I who shall face the wild winds of the world on my own. As you wish, Your Highness. And we're done. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.